Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here live to cover the Trump infrastructure announcement. The White House press secretary said Trump would have a massive infrastructure announcement today. Reportedly, it will be about investment in AI infrastructure, artificial intelligence infrastructure. So anyways, Trump is supposed to speak about it. When he speaks, you never know what he's going to talk about anyway. So he might talk about other stuff too. So figured we'd come on the air, cover this. It's scheduled to happen. Of course, that could always change, but I think it's going to happen. So we'll assume it's going to, and I'm supposed to have video of it. So we'll assume all that happens. We'll get you caught up on the latest new Trump presidency news. We'll take some comments and questions on the air. And hopefully we'll have this announcement for you. It's scheduled for 4 p.m., but maybe it'll happen later. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. You can see here, look, I'm not making this up. Trump White House promises massive infrastructure announcement. There you go. That's from Reuters. So we'll talk about it. Hey, thank you for joining the broadcast, and send me your comments and questions at Lookner on X, And thank you to our moderators for being here. We have Roberts May Queen and Beth Mythical on YouTube. Thank you. And we have Ruth Krafasi and Janet B. there as well. Over on Twitch, hang on a moment. Give me a moment, everyone. On Twitch, we have a Moment of Lovely and Good Luck Duck and Surly Dev there. Thank you. And thanks to, did I thank Linda Belk and Larry from X? I might have, but thanks anyway. And also our Facebook moderators, want to shout them out. Thanks to all of them. We have the moderators we normally have over on Facebook. I'm going to shout all of them out. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Ronald Egnor, Christina Neal, Paul Anderson, and all of our other moderators there. Thank you. Okay, and quick thanks to Stephen Roberts. Gave a bunch of you gift memberships in the YouTube chat. Thanks, Stephen. That's really nice of you. Also, PZ Papa Zulu gave gift memberships. Thank you, PZ Papa Zulu. Lexa Fulmer, thanks for being a member. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Okay, so let's start by talking about this announcement, what it's supposed to be about. Again, supposed to be at 4 p.m. You know, it could be late. It would not. Trump often is late with his announcements. Biden was often late with his announcements. So maybe it'll be at 4, maybe it'll be later. There's supposed to be other people maybe appearing with Trump at this thing. So you can see here, Trump White House promises massive infrastructure announcement. And again, the reporting suggests it's going to be about AI, artificial intelligence. So we seem to know what it's going to be about. Let's see here. Okay, so Reuters says, if you can see down here, hold on. U.S. President Trump will make a, quote, massive infrastructure announcement on Tuesday, said White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, echoing an unrealized promise during Trump's first term to bolster aging America's roads, bridges, and other networks. I don't think it's going to be about roads and bridges. The press secretary, as you can see on Reuters, said, it's going to be a massive announcement, and it's going to prove that the world knows that America is back, said Carolyn Leavitt on an interview with Fox and Friends, the press secretary. The announcement would be at 4 p.m., Leavitt said, without providing additional detail. As a candidate in 2016, Trump promised to push a $1 trillion infrastructure bill through Congress. He talked about the topic as president often during his first term, but never delivered on it, and Infrastructure Week became a punchline, they say. But what we have here, though, is, if you go further, look, Trump to announce newly formed partnership investing $500 billion in AI. So I believe this will be the infrastructure announcement right here. I've seen multiple reports of this. This is from Associated Press. So again, I think this is going to be the infrastructure announcement. President Trump on Tuesday is announcing investments worth up to $500 billion for infrastructure tied to artificial intelligence by a new partnership formed by OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank. A new entity, Stargate, will start building out projects needed for the further development of the fast-evolving AI in Texas, according to the White House. So it's announcing some new project, Stargate, which is going to spend a bunch of money, I guess, in Texas to build out AI infrastructure. By the way, just to be clear on infrastructure, like what it is, it's like, off the top of my head, I want to say it's like the stuff you need to build as a foundation that like all businesses need, you know, or society needs for various uses, like roads and bridges, but also other basic things as well. I'm going to look up now. Now that I gave that off the top of my head, I'm going to tell you, say, for like, what does Wikipedia say it is? Wikipedia says infrastructure is the set of facilities and systems that serve a country, city, or other area and encompasses the services and facilities necessary for its economy, households, and firms to function. Things like roads, railways, bridges, airports, public transit systems, tunnels, water supply, sewers, electrical grids, telecommunications, internet, broadband, these kind of things. Okay. Now it says here, joining Trump for the announcement today, fresh off his inauguration, will be Masayoshi Son of SoftBank, Sam Altman of OpenAI. They run ChatGPT, and Larry Ellison of Oracle. I'm probably pronouncing his name. Is it Son or Son or Son? That's a good question. Let's see. Somebody out there probably knows. I don't know. You know what I'll do? What does Perplexity say? According to Perplexity, they say his name is pronounced Son? I guess it's Son. Masayoshi Son. Son, a billionaire based in Japan, has already committed in December to invest $100 billion in U.S. projects over the next 4 years. Okay, so we'll talk more about this. But I want to take some comments from you guys. And again, and what I want to say is, look, it says here that all of these people, all of these big business people, Masayoshi Son, Sam Altman, and Larry Ellison are all supposed to be at this announcement. So that makes me think it's going to, like, this is a planned thing, right? If it was just Trump saying something, I mean, I would think they'd do it, but I guess it could be like canceled or something. If all of those people are there to make this announcement, I have a hard time thinking they'll like schedule it and cancel it. I would think they're going to have it. But maybe it won't be at 4 p.m. Maybe it'll be delayed. But that makes me think it's going to happen if they're all going to be there. Hello, Callie says it's pronounced Son? Sound? I don't know. I'm going to say Son and go with that, even if it's wrong. It's taking place at the White House. It's supposed to be at the White House. Okay. Let's see here. Cyan Doodle says he's working with the uber wealthy. Shocking, simply shocking. Well, in this case, I mean, the uber wealthy would be people who run these companies that want to invest money. Let's see here. Hold on a second here. Dan Dorschner says, so much winning and at a pace nobody has ever seen before. Let's see here. I'm going to read you a little more about this, some background on this. Our viewer April Lee Waxcreen says, "This is the future of technology you have to embrace and lead." By the way, AI. I don't know if you guys ever use it, but there's AI. What do you call them? Apps or sites or something like that. AI. What is the correct word? For an AI platform. Anyways, there's websites and apps that are AI apps like Perplexity and ChatGPT, and I don't know what they're all called. Google has one, Facebook has one, or Meta has one. Services. But anyways, if you've never used them, they're really neat. They're really neat. I, for example, will use ChatGPT and Perplexity. You can talk to it like you talk to another person. You can have it do all kinds of things for you. You can give it an article. It'll summarize it really quick. You can ask it for ideas on things. You can do things like I use it for language learning where, if I'm working on learning Spanish, I can say, test me on these things or have a conversation with me in Spanish. It's really incredible. So it's worth trying. If you've never tried it, go to like ChatGPT or Perplexity or one of these other AI sites. Just try it out. It's really, really, it's really incredible technology, and it's expected to be a bigger and bigger part of the economy. Is this an ad? What, for AI? Sponsored by no, it's not sponsored by the AI Institution of America. But I think, some people use it now, but not everybody's using it. But if you don't know, it's really wild technology. Okay, so anyways, this announcement apparently is going to be about a $500 billion investment in AI infrastructure. Let's talk about this a little more. So AP says President Trump is announcing investments worth up to $500 billion in infrastructure tied to artificial intelligence by a new partnership formed by OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank. The new entity Stargate will start building out projects needed for further development of the fast evolving AI in Texas, according to the White House. Joining Trump today for his announcement will be Masayoshi Son of SoftBank, Sam Altman of OpenAI, and Larry Ellison of Oracle. Let me skip down here a little bit here. While Trump has seized on similar announcements to show his presidency is boosting the economy, there were already expectations of a massive build-out in data centers and electricity plants needed for the development of AI, which holds the promise of increasing productivity by automating work, but also the risk of displacing jobs if poorly implemented. So, I guess poorly implemented is defined as in a way that displaces jobs. There is a concern about AI displacing jobs. I think one of you guys mentioned this. If this computer program can talk like a human and do all these different intelligent things, who does it replace? Do customer service agents get replaced by just AI chatbots that, you call the customer service number and you just talk to the AI chat and it sounds like a human and it knows what to say? Scott Donovan says it already has replaced jobs and I'm excited for it. A-Rod says it will mostly replace lower-level clerical jobs. Look, some people think it could replace some lawyers, maybe even doctors. What about a part of the world where they don't have many doctors there? If you could have an AI that basically gives you the answers a doctor would give you and can actually look at X-rays and look at your a person's blood test readings and give a diagnosis. So there's all kinds of things. I mean, you can just think of all kinds. They could have an AI newsreader. Maybe it'll be AI free TV, AI AFTV or something. And you won't watch this channel anymore. You'll watch the AI newsreader. You never know. So there's all kinds of jobs you can imagine that could be taken by this. Last October, the financial company Blackstone estimated that the U.S. would see $1 trillion invested in data centers over 5 years, with another $1 trillion being committed internationally. Okay. OpenAI has established itself as a leader with the 2022 launch of its ChatGPT, which is a really neat AI site, a chatbot that captivated the public imagination with its ability to answer complex questions and perform basic business tasks. The White House has put an emphasis on making it easier to build out new electricity generation in anticipation of AI's expansion. AI requires a lot of power, a lot of electricity. Knowing that the U.S. is in a competitive race against China to develop a technology increasingly being adopted by business. Okay. Then it says here, still the regulatory outlook for AI remains somewhat uncertain as Trump on Monday overturned the 2023 order signed by then President Biden to create safety standards for AI and watermarking of AI-generated content, among other goals, in hopes of putting guardrails on the technology's possible risks to national security and economic well-being. Also, Elon Musk has invested in AI with Grok, right? He has started his own XAI. Elon Musk has started his own AI company, XAI. There's the Grok AI chatbot thing on X. Okay, so it is 3:37 right now. I have this announcement was scheduled for 4. I don't know if it's going to happen at 4. The White House, I don't know if they're carrying it. They haven't posted anything. Oops, hold on. Whoa. That's a White House video. That was a White House video. But they haven't posted it on their YouTube site. Reuters has it as possibly 4 p.m. That's what Reuters has it as. But we'll have to see. We will have to see what the scheduling is like. Hey, thanks to Flatulent Bill Lee for your support, who says, AI should be used to build communities with ideas. Thank you also, Chris Canada, Quebec City. Chris says, in 1982, everyone said IT was going to destroy jobs, and today we have a shortage of employees everywhere. Let's see. Chaz Martin thinks Grok is really good. Information updates very quickly compared to ChatGPT that takes a month to update its information. That's what Chaz says. Now, ChatGPT can check stuff on the web, like about current events. Let's see here. Matt G does not like Grok. Lynn GMB thinks technology is changing for the good. Fletch likes Grok. Kimberly says, thought he was going to end war day one. Antidot says $500 billion signature. Distant Galaxy says, is he announcing a concept of a plan for infrastructure too? That's what Distant Galaxy says. Allistic uses Copilot. Copilot is Copilot the Microsoft AI thing? Is that what that is? Microsoft Copilot is Microsoft's AI chatbot. Okay. All right, let me show you something else about this. Look. Again, the press secretary said this is going to be a massive announcement. Trump to announce up to $500 billion private sector AI infrastructure investment, sources say. That's from Reuters there. But also, when Trump has an appearance, he could take questions. Look, last night Trump signed executive orders in the Oval Office, and he took questions for like 40 minutes while doing it. So you never know. Assuming this does happen today and he makes this announcement like he's scheduled to, who knows? Maybe he'll talk about other stuff. Maybe he'll take questions. We just don't know. Stone Cold Killer says Tom Homan said they started enforcement actions. Yeah, I'll talk about that in a second if I have a second, but there are no words of any kind of giant immigration, deportation raids today. Trump's borders are, I believe, said they had begun some targeted enforcement actions. I have not heard of any kind of large-scale deportation raids yet. But I'll keep an eye out for more. Maybe we'll talk about that more in a second. Sunday River says, why would they tell? Well, at a certain point, you would know. At a certain point, if there's some major raid somewhere, someone's going to see something and report it. Barry says, spontaneous question answering is always good. All right, let's talk a little more about this AI announcement. Thank you also, Starship Matt, who has been watching since Ukraine. Thank you so much, Starship Matt. I appreciate that. Let's talk a little more about this AI announcement. Thank you also to the Devoted Fairy over there on Twitch and Timido. Thank you to Timido1. And Just Some Guy TN for subscribing on Twitch. So Reuters reports President Trump is due to announce private sector investment of up to $500 billion of artificial intelligence infrastructure today, two sources told Reuters. OpenAI, which owns ChatGPT, SoftBank, and Oracle plan a joint venture called Stargate and have committed $100 billion initially and up to $500 billion into Stargate over the next 4 years. CBS first reported the expected announcement. SoftBank CEO Masayoshi Son, OpenAI Sam Altman, and Oracle's Larry Ellison are due at the White House on Tuesday, according to the CBS report. I assume we're going to see them during this announcement, if it happens. Oracle and SoftBank did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Oracle shares were up 6% on the reports. And then let me just show you the bottom of the article here. It's almost the whole article. The bottom of the article says, oops, that's not what it says. Where is it here? There. In March 2024, The Information, a technology news website, reported that OpenAI and Microsoft were working on plans for a $100 billion data center project that would include an AI supercomputer, also called Stargate, set to launch in 2028. It was not immediately clear if the announcement today was an update to this previously reported venture. Investment in AI has surged since OpenAI launched ChatGPT in 2022, as companies across sectors seek to integrate artificial intelligence into their products and services. AI requires enormous computing power, pushing demand for specialized data centers that enable tech companies to link thousands of chips together in clusters. So you need these special data centers for AI. You need an enormous amount of electricity. I believe, by the way, that aren't some companies building their own nuclear plants for AI purposes? I think. Let me see here. Let's see if I can find this here. Yeah. For example, Google AI says no, that's not what I want to say. That was a different one. Where is it? Wasn't it like 3 Mile Island? Isn't that getting reopening? Isn't that reopening? Let's see. Look, this is the 3 Mile Island accident Wikipedia entry. And if you go down to the bottom here, it says, in September 2024, Constellation Energy announced plans to restart the 3 Mile Island nuclear plant to sell power to Microsoft, demonstrating the immense power needs of the tech sector as they build data centers to support artificial intelligence. And hang on a second. Enormous power needs. Oh, and also like Google, I think, is working on small reactors for its power needs. Let's see here. Where is it here? Yes, Google to buy power for AI needs from small modular nuclear reactor company. That was an Axios article, not Axios. That was a Reuters article from October. And back in October, Reuters reported that Google announced it had signed the first corporate agreement to buy power from multiple small modular nuclear reactors to meet electricity demand for artificial intelligence. So big electricity requirements for AI. Hey, thanks to Brian Tampa, our member. Thank you. And also Daniel Boberson. Thanks for your support, Daniel. So Trump, I'm going to read some more comments from you guys. It is 3:47 p.m. The original time for this announcement by Trump was 4 p.m. Eastern time. I don't know that it'll be at 4 p.m. Eastern time. Oh, what is this? I also have a live shot of a DC jail. Wow. Let me hold on. I just got a new video coming in. New video here from a DC jail. Where I guess, hold on. This is where, it's a jail where people may be released from who were jailed for January 6th offenses. So let me throw this up there in the meantime. This is live at, this is a DC jail. Reuters doesn't tell me which jail it is. That is a prison in DC. Hang on a moment. I want to put it up on the screen. So we can keep this up there while we're waiting for Trump. DC Central Detention Facility, says Ben C. All right, hold on a moment. DC Central Detention Facility, is that it? Let me just confirm. I'm checking on Google Maps here to make sure. Yes, that is the DC Central Detention Facility. Good call by our viewer. So let me just put something up on the screen about this, about what you're looking at. Live DC Central Detention Facility. And again, there are possibly going to be some January 6th prisoners released after Trump. Basically, yesterday Trump pardoned or commuted the sentence of every single person who had been convicted of of a offense for January 6th, the January 6th attack. Almost all of them got full pardons, and 14 of them got their sentence commuted to time served. I think there might be music sound, though. Yeah, I can't play the sound because it's got music on it. All right, so while we're waiting for the infrastructure announcement, we will keep this video on the screen, and we'll see what we see from this video. I'll actually put up there also on the, here, I'm trying to just put some more information on the screen so people know why we have it up there. Okay, let's see if I did this the right way. Okay, at least people know what we're doing now. Cherry Cola says, we were watching this shot last night. There were 2 released, but possibly from another door. Yeah, I think at this facility last night, I saw an announcement which was reported by Ford Fisher where he said someone from the White House came and said 2 people had been released, but that was all they knew. So Ford believed there were maybe dozens more in this facility. So while we're waiting for the Trump infrastructure announcement, we will keep an eye on this as well. No, they have not all been freed, a Civic Republic military. Many of them have not been let out of jail yet. So there's like a crowd of people. That's why this camera is there. Thank you, Civic Republic military. Reuters says January 6 prisoners begin to leave jails. All right, hang on a moment. So I got to keep an eye out for, give me 1 second here. Let me just do something. I got to keep an eye out for the infrastructure announcement while we're looking at that. Let me just do a couple checks here. Let me just check a couple things. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Oops, see, I'm behind here. Hold on. Behind in my checks. Bunch of snow in places like Louisiana and Florida and Alabama today. Okay. I was going to show you something about this January 6th thing, because we have this video on here. Give me a moment. Let me pull something up on this. Just hang on one moment. You can see here, right here, AP reports, former Proud Boys leader and Oath Keepers founder released after Trump offers January 6th clemency. They got out already. Let me just do this real quick here. The former leader of the Proud Boys and the founder of the Oath Keepers have been released from prison after their lengthy sentences for seditious conspiracy in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol were wiped away by a sweeping order from President Trump, benefiting more than 1,500 defendants, says AP. Enrique Tarrio and Stuart Rhodes were two of the highest profile January 6 defendants and received some of the harshest punishments in what became the largest investigation in Justice Department history. Stuart Rhodes was serving an 18-year prison sentence, and Tarrio was serving a 22-year sentence after they were convicted of orchestrating plots to stop the peaceful transfer of power after Trump lost the election in 2022 Biden. Their attorneys confirmed to AP today they had been released hours after Trump pardoned or commuted the sentences of or ordered the dismissal of cases against all of the 1,500 plus people who were charged with federal crimes in the riot. It doesn't say here updates about the people who haven't been released yet. Oh, there's a video, too. Look at this. Pardoned prisoners from January 6th go free on Trump's first full day in office. What is this video of? Hey, I have a video I can show you. This was it last night? I think it's a video of Stuart Rhodes being released. Hang on a second here. I'm going to show you this video. So this is a video, real quick, right? You'll see it in 2 seconds. Former Oath Keepers militia leader Stuart Rhodes leaves prison after Trump pardons January 6 rioters. This is from Reuters, this video. Rhodes, one of the organizers of the attack on the U.S. Capitol, has had his 18-year sentence commuted. There you go. There he goes. We're waiting for the Trump infrastructure announcement, which is supposed to be in 2 minutes. I'm not seeing, I'm going to say soon in the headline because I don't see signs it's happening in 2 minutes. So I'm going to say soon, Trump to make infrastructure announcement. Okay. And we're also talking about some other Trump presidency news. And we have a live video from the D.C. Central Detention Facility where some January 6 prisoners will possibly be released. Okay. You can give me a shout on X at Lookner. This is interesting. I had missed this. Christopher Wilson sent me this report. There was a I guess, a stabbing attack in Tel Aviv. Stabbing attacks in Israel are not that rare. 4 wounded in Tel Aviv stabbing attack. That happened in Tel Aviv. Actually, the headline in Jerusalem Post says 4 wounded. Is that from today? Yes, Tuesday night. So Manny Fabian, this is kind of interesting. Manny Fabian had posted, the assailant who carried out the stabbing attack in Tel Aviv tonight is apparently an American green card holder, according to an ID found on his body. Abdel Aziz Kadi, a Moroccan, held a U.S. permanent resident card. Kadi entered Israel on January 18th with a tourist visa. Security officials are still working to verify his identity. So did he go to Israel from the U.S.? I'm not sure. Thanks, Christopher Wilson, for sending that along. By the way, our viewer Joe McCurdy pointed out that there is a facility called the Stargate Technology Center, which is part of SpaceX's Starbase, and it was originally used. Okay, yeah. So it's a part. Stargate Technology Center is part of the SpaceX Starbase in Texas. But note that this story we were talking about, involving the infrastructure announcement. See this here? It says Trump to announce newly formed partnership investing $500 billion in AI. It talks about that. Where is it here? President Trump today is announcing investments worth up to $500 billion for infrastructure tied to artificial intelligence by a new partnership formed by OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank. The new entity is called Stargate. So this would be a different Stargate than the Stargate Center on the SpaceX in the SpaceX base. Will they keep the name? It's a little confusing because you have two things called Stargate, but it's two different things. All right, we're waiting to see if anybody comes out of here, January 6 people. We're waiting for the Trump live infrastructure announcement, which is supposed to happen. And yeah, Stargate is a facility at, as our viewers are saying, Starbase. SpaceX has Starbase in Boca Chica, Texas, and they have a Stargate Technology Center there. Now, are they still playing music on the stream? I think they probably are. Yeah, somebody's playing like really loud music there, so I can't have this. Hey, that person didn't just come out. No, these are police people. I'm not seeing anybody coming out yet. Reuters reports, by the way, that yes, Reuters says supporters of Trump who attacked the Capitol 4 years ago will start leaving prison today, pardoned by the new president in a flurry of Inauguration Day executive orders, showing intent to stamp radical change in the country. Now, I know there were some reported to have already left last night, I believe, but I guess most of them did not. At least some of them did not. So we're keeping an eye on this. I still don't have the live stream for the infrastructure announcement has not been posted yet. So trying to keep you up to date on everything. CBS News also reported today, Jennifer Jacobs, that Trump is going to announce billions of dollars in private sector investment to build artificial intelligence infrastructure. The press secretary said this is going to be a massive announcement. An announcement of a massive investment, right? What was her language? Now I can't find it here. Yes. It's going to be a massive announcement, said Trump's press secretary today about the infrastructure announcement. Tracy says maybe Trump is waiting for the release of these folks. There's a live video of a door waiting for Trump. Huh, interesting. Now, Reuters said they were going to have it, but they don't have it yet. Let me check something. Let me check somewhere else. I don't see it there. I don't see it on AP. Are you sure you're not waiting for like a Rubio announcement? I think Rubio is supposed to make an appearance. But I don't see any of the news services I looked at did not have a Trump video posted yet. Rubio is meeting today with the Indian External Affairs Minister of India at the Department of State. Anyways, if I, as soon as I find out a time for the infrastructure announcement, I will let you know. Fox, hold on, what is this? Hold on one sec, one moment. Yeah, Fox Live Now had posted about the Trump infrastructure announcement, but they don't have any video from it either, right yet. Hey, a quick thanks to our moderators who are here. They are awesome. We have Ruth Krafasi moderating, Roberts Mayqueen, Janet B. over on YouTube. Thank you. Beth Mythical. We have Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thanks to our Twitch moderators, such as A Moment of Lovely, Surly Dev, and I Got That Fire. Also our moderators on Facebook as well. Kay Lowry Body is over there right now. Thank you, Kay. Thanks also for subscribing on Facebook, Sharon Klassen Goslin and Jennifer Ellers and Kay, Melissa Ayako Baki. Thanks for subscribing there. Diane Allworth, Eve Richards, Robert Rial II. Thanks also to Jesse's Girl for your support and Ever Malpika. And Jesse's Girl says, great to have America back again. Ever Malpika says, why do they release these terrorists? So we'll keep an eye on the live video from the D.C. Central Detention Facility. Give me a moment here. I'm just checking a couple things for updates. Maybe we'll talk about some of the other. Oh, I should mention the stuff about the immigration reports from today on the immigration stuff. Hold on a second here. Yes, Trump border aide says targeted immigration actions are underway. That is from Reuters. The Trump administration is carrying out targeted immigration enforcement actions, the White House border czar, Tom Homan, told CNN today. Homan gave no details about what operations were underway, saying only that U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement was enforcing the law. I have not heard about any kind of huge, actions. I haven't seen any video or reports of some kind of huge raid somewhere. But supposedly things are underway. There was an article also. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Let's see here. All right. Still no update for you on the time of the infrastructure announcement. Are there any conditions for the release of these criminals, said Joe McFarlane? No, there's no conditions. The executive order if I can get it, I'll show it to you. Let me pull it up here. Yeah, so basically what it does is it says everyone who was convicted of a January 6th crime, when I say a January 6th crime, some kind of crime involving the January 6th Capitol attack. Everyone who was convicted, oh, what's this? Is somebody leaving? Is somebody coming out? Hey, is somebody coming out? Look. They're playing music. Is that I can't tell. Is that somebody who was released from prison or is that just like people? It looks like Lauren Boebert. That's not, is that Lauren Boebert? Is that Lauren Boebert or am I crazy? Doesn't it look like Lauren Boebert? Lauren Boebert is a congresswoman. So maybe she's going to say something. Is Lauren Boebert going to say something? I think she's making an appearance there. Hold on.
All of them and released. We've already had to deal with paperwork issues with Coloradans. Last night we were able to expedite that and get them free, but now we're waiting on 22 hostages here in this jail, and according to the United States Marshal, he's dealing with them one by one and getting all the paperwork. So, I would love for President Trump, for Attorney General Pam Bondi, to step in and help us out here with the U.S. Marshals and make sure that it doesn't become a paperwork issue. These men have already paid too much time, more time than they ever should have. They should have never been locked up. I was on a news interview and someone was asking Trennis, one of our January 6th hostages that's on federal probation until President Trump signed the pardon, and she asked him if he regretted January 6th, and I stepped in and said, you know what I regret? I regret what the media did to lie about the events of that day. I regret that the American people weren't allowed to know how many federal agents were present in the crowd. I regret that the tens of thousands of hours of footage that was recorded at the Capitol was not released immediately to the American public. I regret the livelihoods that were lost, the time that has been spent locked up unjustly, the amount of time in court and on probation and defending and defending oneself against something that they shouldn't have been had to defend. I also regret that the American people weren't allowed to see the police officers that were opening gates, opening doors, escorting people into the Capitol.
That's right.
This day was not what the left said, but you know, November 5th showed that the American people believe us, they believe you, they believe that this is unjust because they knew that President Trump was going to pardon them, and that's exactly what he did. That's the mandate that he received overwhelmingly from America, and that is why President Trump is back. And if there's another regret, I'm sure it's only on the Democrats who are regretting that they didn't just shut up, because now they're finding out. They messed around, if you will, for 4 years, and now they're finding out. I want to thank you. I have not. I'm welcomed. I'm open to talking to Pam, but I think there's higher ups that she needs to talk to other than me. I want to thank you all for being out here with them. We have a few things to do at the Capitol. We have some votes to do tonight, and I'm hoping that these guys are out before I'm able to return. And if they're not, I'm coming back. I want to see them for their release. And you know, I'll be the first member of Congress to offer them a guided tour in the Capitol tonight.
And she's back.
That was Lauren Boebert.
That's what I was doing right above her.
There you go. That was Lauren Boebert, Congresswoman from Colorado. So this is the D.C. Central Detention Facility, where people are waiting for January 6th prisoners to be released after Trump's executive order pardoning them yesterday. And we're waiting for Trump's infrastructure announcement too. I got to turn off the sound because somebody started playing copyrighted music again. So we'll keep an eye on that. Hey, I'm glad I caught that. I saw the people walking out and I was like, is somebody released? But it wasn't anybody being released from prison. It was Lauren Boebert. Thanks to Bebop and Rocksteady, who says, this was on the ballot. I mean, it is something that Trump said he was going to do. He wasn't clear about exactly what the nature of the pardon was going to be. We didn't know how big it was going to be and whether some people would not be let out. But, oh, they have a different camera angle. Different camera angle of the door. But thanks to Bebop and Rocksteady. Also, yes, he was saying that when he was campaigning. Now, is the sound the same on this angle or not? Let's see. There's no sound on this angle. All right. Anyways, that is the D.C. Central Detention Facility. All kinds of things going on. And as soon as I have this infrastructure announcement, I'll let you know. That was originally going to be at 4 p.m. I'm not surprised it's delayed, but I don't have anything on that for you yet. So we'll keep an eye on this. So much going on. Where is the... Give me one moment here. I have another thing I wanted to mention. Okay, there we go. There we go. Camilo Montoya Galvez, who is with CBS News, mentioned a little other update from today. She said that she reported, and she has a statement from the DHS, Department of Homeland Security, where they said, she says that the Trump administration has revoked a Biden-era memo that prohibited ICE from arresting unauthorized immigrants at or near sensitive locations like schools, places of worship, healthcare sites, shelters, and relief centers. Just want to pass that along. The Washington Post also says that Trump is going to be making a big infrastructure announcement. Again, it is expected that will be announcing a big investment in AI infrastructure. By the way, 15 minutes ago, the New York Times said Trump was meeting at the White House with Speaker Mike Johnson and Senator John Thune, the majority leader. So maybe he'll do his infrastructure announcement after that meeting. We just saw. Do you guys want to? Should we replay what Lauren Boebert said? Maybe for the people who didn't see it. Do you guys want to? Does anybody want to see the Lauren Boebert, what she said in front of the D.C. jail about 10, 15 minutes ago? I'm seeing what the chat is saying. Some are saying yes and some are saying no. It's really kind of even. I think I'm seeing more no's in the chat than yeses. I'm seeing more no's in the chat than yeses. You can rewind it if you want to see it. Thank you, Dad1978, who says Eli Crane Black Hat U.S. Rep Freedom Caucus is there. So, Eli Crane from Arizona? One of our viewers claims that Eli Crane is there, U.S. Rep from Arizona. We just saw Lauren Boebert there from 10 minutes ago, U.S. Rep from Colorado. Anyways, that is do we have any volume from the shot? No, I can't play the sound right now because they have music going. All right, so we're gonna keep our coverage up of the various things going on right now. And let me just keep checking for further updates. All kinds of things going on. I want to take some more comments from you guys too. And you can reach out to me on X at Lookner. Oh, you know, gave a shout on Facebook. Gregory Pelletieri says he works in the AI business. Feel free to write in with any comments you have, Gregory Pelletieri. Don Adair mentioned that Sean Hannity will be interviewing Trump tonight. and it's gonna. I guess it's gonna be Wednesday at 9 on Eastern time. Fox said it'll be Trump's first Oval Office interview since he's become president again. All right, still waiting for the infrastructure announcement. I'm going to talk about that a little more in a second. Waiting to see if any of the January 6th prisoners leave this prison in D.C., where this Reuters live camera is. And thanks, by the way, to Slim Fozzie for subscribing on Twitch. I appreciate that. Let me, for those of you just joining the stream, let me just mention this infrastructure thing real quick. Trump is reportedly going to announce a $500 billion, up to $5 billion investment in AI infrastructure, artificial intelligence infrastructure. And this is going to be an announcement at the White House. And according to AP, did AP said all these people are going to be there? Either AP or Reuters said that Trump would be joined or expected to be joined by, yes, SoftBank CEO Masayoshi Son, OpenAI's Sam Altman, and Oracle's Larry Ellison are due at the White House today, according to CBS. And AP reports that President Trump is announcing investments worth up to $500 billion for infrastructure tied to artificial intelligence by a new partnership formed by OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank. The new entity, Stargate, will start building out projects needed for further development of the fast-evolving AI in Texas, according to the White House. And AP says the White House has put an emphasis on making it easier to build out new electricity generation in anticipation of AI's expansion, knowing that the United States is in a competitive race against China to develop a technology increasingly being adopted by businesses. I keep looking, but I have not yet seen an announced time, a revised announced time for the AI announcement. Thank you to 7-Inch Destroyer for your support. Greg Pondell, thank you to you for the gift memberships. It's very nice of you, Greg Pondell. I also do not know the timing of the releases of people from this detention facility. The Washington Post is reporting the Trump administration has removed or reassigned several top career officials in the Justice Department's National Security and Criminal Divisions. Let me tell you some more about this story. This is from the Washington Post. They are reporting this right now. Give me one moment. Give me one moment here. So the Washington Post says the Trump administration has removed or reassigned several top career officials in the Justice Department's National Security and Criminal Divisions. Two of the people said that the Washington Post talked to about this said at least 15 experienced career staffers across several divisions were removed from their positions and reassigned, a sign that the new president and his aides plan to carry out their promises to drastically reshape the Justice Department, including to focus more on immigration enforcement. As a way to skirt legal protections afforded to career staffers, many of the officials were transferred to other positions inside justice, where they would likely have less influence on the department's big decisions, the people said. The officials will have to decide whether to stay in their new assignment or leave the agency. The Post says that Trump and his allies have long signaled they would make significant changes in the Justice Department's National Security Division, which investigates and prosecutes cases related to terrorism, intelligence, and other matters. Oh, is somebody coming out? Hold on. Hey, somebody's coming out, but I don't know if that's a January 6th person or not. I can't tell. The camera's not focusing on that person, so it doesn't really seem like they are. Real quick, again, Trump and his allies have long signaled that they would make significant changes in the Justice Department's National Security Division, which investigates and prosecutes cases related to terrorism, intelligence, and other matters of national security. Trump and his allies are particularly angry at this section of the Justice Department for its role in investigating and his alleged mishandling of classified documents after he left the presidency in 2021. And then the Washington Post also says top deputy positions in the National Security Division are typically career positions, though it is possible the Trump administration is removing the career people to replace them with political appointees. A former Justice Department official told the Washington Post, "I don't believe there were ever any career people fired at transition since the National Security Division was founded." Also, last night, the Justice Department removed at least 4 top officials from the office inside the agency that operates the heavily backlogged U.S. immigration courts. So that is a new report from the Washington Post. Justice Department removes senior career officials from key positions. Let me try to read some more comments here. Per Holstrand, our viewer, says infrastructure is not a waste of money just because it's digital. And again, I mean, for example, the data centers and the power generation facilities needed for AI, those are physical. Those are definitely physical things. Let's see here. Greg Andrews, our viewer, says, I hope Trump does not take revenge for his treatment, but I would understand if he does. Thank you, Sub93, for our new member. When is Trump due to speak, says libertarian-minded from the UK. The original announcement was the original start time was 4 p.m. Oh, breaking update. I have an update for you. Reuters says the Trump announcement, they just changed the start time, is 4:45 p.m., which is in 10 minutes. So Reuters just updated their start time for the Trump infrastructure announcement. They had it at 4. They have now made it 4:45, which is in 10 minutes. So, sorry. So, which is positive in that suggests it's still happening. So maybe in about 10 minutes, we'll have it for you. And again, who knows what else Trump will talk about? Yeah, Gamer Girl says, so at 6:45, Trump might start. Yeah, I don't know exactly when he's starting, but again. And also, yes, AFP has, they said that Trump was is delivering remarks to the press. It was delayed, but they are saying that he is supposed to deliver remarks to the press. So we are bringing you live coverage here. I'm going to do something really quick. Hang on a moment here. Keeping an eye on things here. Whoa. Yeah, also, sorry. Yeah, we're good. Everything's under control. And to remind you, we have a live camera shot from Reuters on the DC. Ooh, is Rubio speaking soon? We might have Margot Rubio soon, too. We have a live camera here, DC Central Detention Facility. Where January 6 prisoners could be released while the camera's on there. Now, Marco Rubio has been meeting with the Australian foreign minister, Reuters says, here I just saw, and they might have some video of that. Hey, who are these people? Is this a January 6 person? What's going on? What's happening, guys? What's happening? There's music playing, so I can't play the music, but somebody's coming out. What are we looking at? Is this somebody who's been released? I don't know. Or is it somebody, it's somebody holding up their fist. Or is it like a congressman? I don't know. That guy is holding up his fist. He's very happy. Maybe he's just been released. Maybe they'll stop the music now for a second. Here we go. So somebody might have just been released.
I'm parked at Mass.
What's the matter?
No, it's never worth it. You know what I mean? Are they coming out or not? They're not coming out from behind us. That's my take.
Andrew Gordon, our viewer, thought it was a January 6 person. Will he give an interview? I don't know.
I know these guys. Don't worry about it. I know they're good people, and you're just doing your thing. I know where we are. No need. I knew you were cool.
So,
I hope he doesn't think I'm not cool.
The camera man, I think.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Victorious on the truth that pardons have happened. We have 15 of our prisoners coming out. Now they are being processed.
The announcement in the back said there are 15 people coming out.
This is happening to release the political hostages. We understand that there are right now a process of all the state charges which I understand what happens when you have to deal with a serious
Try to get you a little more volume here.
I'm gonna grab my, I have to grab another package.
Yeah, guys, and keep in mind that's what we're being told. Right?
So to sleep in, you should say, hey, can I just shag it here? I'm coming back here tomorrow anyway. Can I get a shag?
One of our viewers said Congressman Eli Crane was in that group of people. I can't confirm that, but one of our viewers claimed that.
Mine broke every day.
Thank you for being good kids.
I don't have a boom, so it's whatever. And they're getting out here.
So stay patient, stay with us, and we keep you abreast, up to date. As we know information, you will know. Stay warm and continue to celebrate this victory, this Liberty Day continue. God bless America. USA! 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 USA!
Hey, we meet again.
We're waiting for the Trump infrastructure announcement. We are also looking at a live shot from the DC Central Detention Facility where January 6 prisoners. I have to turn the volume down from that. Hold on. Got to turn the volume off. Volume is turned down because they're playing music again. But and it looks like we might have just saw a prisoner released because somebody came out and he was holding up his fist repeatedly. But I don't know for sure. So we'll keep an eye on this. And we're bringing you the latest updates. That is a Reuters camera that you're looking at. Brian Mull claimed the condition of release is that they're nonviolent offenders. That is false. That is false. But thank you for writing in. The executive order that Trump signed pardons or commutes the sentence of every single person who was convicted for a January 6th offense. 14 of them had their sentences commuted to time served, and the rest of them were pardoned. That's everyone who was convicted, plus every person who had a pending indictment, which I don't know how that's defined legally, but basically what it means is that they were maybe going to be indicted soon or in the future, that they were being looked into. And I don't know technically what pending indictment means, but generally speaking, it's an indictment to come that the Justice Department was planning on doing. Maybe that's what it is. Those are all Trump ordered all of those pending indictments dismissed, and there was no distinction made in the executive order in terms of what kind of offenses people had committed. That's just the language of the language of the executive order said Trump commuted the sentences of 14 individuals and listed them, and then he said he granted a full, complete, and unconditional pardon to all other individuals convicted of offenses related to events that occurred at or near the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021. Nothing in there about the type of offense. Tom Chopper said, how many are at this facility? I can't confirm. We heard some demonstrators say 15 a few minutes ago. Is that true? I don't know. But one of the demonstrators was on sounded like a PA system saying 15 of them. So it is now 4:44. Reuters had on their site that Trump was going to the Trump announcement had gotten pushed to 4:45. I don't see it yet. Yeah, Ford Fisher, hold on. Ford Fisher said, Ford Fisher posted a video and he showed the guy in the head. Hold on. Let me listen to something. First of all, let me leave this on. I gotta listen to something. Ford posted a video of the guy in the 47 hat who was shaking his fist. And I don't know who it was. Let me see if I watch Ford's video on his X account, at Ford Fisher, FORDFISCHER. Maybe I can figure out who that guy was. Maybe that wasn't somebody who had been released. Was that a congressman? That I don't know. Let me see. Hold on. I'm going to mute myself for a second here. Okay, I'm going to post a link to the video, but the guy who had his fist up, the guy with his fist up, apparently it looks like was not a prisoner because he made an announcement about what was going to happen. And I'm posting a link. I don't have the rights to Ford's video, but I'll post a link in the chat to Ford's video where you can see that guy, the announcement he made. And I was just listening to it here. Give me a moment here. Yes, so the guy who is raising his fist, I'm not sure who he is, but it looks like he didn't just get released. So I'm sorry I don't have an ID of him and can't tell you exactly who he is. Oh, yes, a good point. Hold on a second. So our viewer pointed out that Fox is showing the presidential podium. So, but they're not, they just showed the podium, but they're not showing it anymore. So there is a podium in the White House set up for Trump to speak. Fox Live now was showing it. I don't have a shot of it yet. As soon as I have a shot of it, I will give it to you. He's not speaking yet, Trump. So there is a podium at the White House for Trump to speak on. $2K Pounders says the guy in the 47 hat had been there for days. I can't confirm that, but that's what our viewer said. Again, we are waiting for Trump to speak. As we mentioned before, the infrastructure announcement is reportedly going to be Trump announcing up to $500 billion in private sector AI infrastructure investment. Reuters had reported that. Also, AP says Trump is announcing investments worth up to $500 billion for infrastructure tied to artificial intelligence by a new partnership formed by OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank. Hold on. Hang on. Look what I have for you. Look what I have for you. Hold on a moment. I have something for you. There we go. Okay. Now let me put the other thing in the corner. So that is obviously the White House. That is not January 6th. All right. Give me a moment. That's not the prison. That's the White House. All right, so we'll put that there. We're awaiting Trump. And then in the corner, we're going to put the prison. One moment, please. So we need to do it this way. Give me a moment here. Where is this? Why isn't it there? I'll make that smaller. We'll put that down here. Get a little border around it. And we'll have the caption on that that says DC, whatever it is, DC Central Detention Facility.
So will you list it? No. What I do want
Okay. Text 2. There we go. All right, there we go. We're all set up. We got the camera. We got the Trump Live announcement coming up about infrastructure. Maybe he'll talk about other stuff too. Thank you, Lisbeth, our new member. Thank you, Lisbeth. I appreciate it. And after the announcement, we will get some comments from you guys. Thanks also Captain Vancouver for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you Slim Fozzie for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks to all of our moderators who are here. Any moment now, Trump will be live. I think I can make this a little bigger down here. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. The reason we have the DC Central Detention Facility video is January 6 prisoners are expected to be released from there. Now, supposedly, I don't know for sure, but possibly appearing with Trump today are Masayoshi Son of SoftBank, Sam Altman of OpenAI, and Larry Ellison of Oracle. But I'm not positive that they will appear with him. Mike Brown says, I'm so glad Kamala is relaxing on the beach, whereas another one of our viewers said, where is it here? Where is it? Jan Porter said, please let the next 4 years fly by, not looking forward to this mess. I see the camera is panning over. Is this person just get released? Hold on a moment. Did somebody just get released? I'm going to make that shot bigger. I'm going to make the shot bigger. The DC shot. Did that person just get released, guys? What's happening there? I see somebody there. The camera, well, I don't know. The camera focused on that person, but now they're turning back. So I don't know. I don't know if that person was released. I would think if they had just gotten released, the camera would stay focused on them. One of our viewers said that looked like press.
How's the war in Ukraine looking?
Pat W. says, I think that guy was from Real America News. Again, we are waiting for Trump. Will Trump take questions today? He's supposed to make an infrastructure announcement, but will he also take questions? Will he speak on other things? Yesterday, he took questions for 40 minutes while signing executive orders. So we don't know what we're going to get. Diana C. says he always takes questions. I don't know about always, but a bunch of you think he will. Eric Brigant thinks he will. Thank you, Sunset Elf Bar, for watching. Gabby says, we're talking Trump. Of course he will take questions. Andre Wallace says he's generally not shy about questions. Eric Lassen says he always takes a question or two. You know, 5 would make sense. The original start time was 4. An hour late seems like that certainly could happen. The original start time was 4 o'clock. Ethereal says fashionably late. We had a bunch to talk about anyway. Jay says, imagine Biden taking press questions, LOL. Ali Akhtar is watching from Punjab, Pakistan. Hello, Ali. Thank you to our member, Me the Bat. Tammy N. David says Trump has wasted no time, can barely keep up. Kenny K says Trump won't never take questions. He loves to ramble for hours.
Two-minute warning.
2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. See, it's going to be right at 5 p.m. 2-minute warning. They just said it. Did you hear that? 2-minute warning. Here comes Trump. Thank you, Shaf, for the gift memberships. Thanks so much, Shaf. I do not know what door he will come out of. I have to move this up so people can see what it is. Here. Any moment now, Trump will be making an infrastructure announcement, and who knows what else he will talk about. We'll just have to see. The room is quiet. They are waiting for Trump. Thank you, Obama, our new member. Everyone is waiting. They said 2 minutes. All right, it has definitely been a little longer than 2 minutes. Any moment now. Lethal Latin says 2 minutes equals 10 more minutes. Sudden updraft, our viewer says impatiently waiting. Michael Dodd says presidential minutes. It's now been about 4 minutes since the 2-minute warning. Sharkbite says, I be a skeleton waiting for him. And the people in the room, they can't really talk because there's been a 2-minute warning. There's a little talking going on there. Thanks to our new member, Lisa Anderson. If you're just joining us, about 5 minutes ago, they gave a 2-minute warning for this speech. At least going forward, we know that 2-minute warning might not be 2 minutes. I believe it has now been about 6 minutes since the 2-minute warning. Betzalel says New York minutes. Marnie says you can't rush greatness. Calypso says on Trump time. Eric says and go. It has now been about 7 minutes since the 2-minute warning. Dimension says, okay, now they are late. Robert Dyer says he loves to keep the press waiting. I mean, you heard it. You heard the 2-minute warning. Son of Revolution says it was a 2+ minute warning. I did not hear the word plus. Thank you so much to Moet Jehorin TV. Moet Jehorin TV, thanks for the gift memberships. It has now been 8 minutes since the 2-minute warning. Jay Hathaway says Trump is messing with the press again. Thank you so much, Patrol, for the gift membership. So nice of you, Patrol. Thank you. Please thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or gift subscription. Jules Henderson says it was a 2-minute warning, take 1. Will there be another 2-minute warning? That's another question. Will we get another 2-minute warning? Crowned Eagles. Oh, here it is. Oh, no. The door opened and a guy came out and it wasn't Trump. And then he went back in. That wasn't Trump. He came out and went back in there. Oh, the chat is not happy about that. The chat is not happy. Hey, No Name, so nice of you. No Name just gave 20 people memberships. Wow, No Name, thank you. Much appreciated. Wow. We saw somebody come out for a second. It has now been 9 minutes since the 2-minute warning. Thank you, Patty Gur Realty. Thank you. We are 9 minutes after the 2-minute warning. Thanks, Weaselman. Weaselman says, it's like football, 2 minutes equals 20. Thank you also, Freddie Rodriguez, for the gift membership. So nice of you, Freddie. Thank you, Freddie Rodriguez. Guys, we're just about at 10 minutes after the 2-minute warning. Thank you, Crispy, our new member, Crispy. Thanks, A Moment of Lovely, for the bits, by the way, on Twitch. Sorry, I hate having you guys have to wait. I feel like I'm keeping you waiting, but it's not me. It's not up to me. Thank you, Kev Mack, our member. The detention center feed is because there are supposed to be January 6 prisoners released. I can maybe fix that caption. Release. I'm going to type that on there. While we're waiting for Trump. So I just made that a little bigger. Can I make it? There. Oh, thank you so much to Ikaluit Kaluit 9 for the gift memberships. It's really nice of you to give the gift memberships, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Wakeful Panda, our new member too. And Switch the Channel. Switch the Channel says it was a 2-minute warning for a 20-minute wait. So 11 minutes ago, the press was talking. It was kind of loud in there, like normal volume. And then they were told by somebody at the White House, 2-minute warning. And it got really quiet in the room. And now it's been 11 minutes since then. But I think but they don't want to start talking loudly again. So they're kind of just sitting there in silence. Chaser says, this is a crazy wait time. I think we're going to get another 2-minute warning. I'm not kidding you. AMM says, they should just leave. What a joke. One of our viewers says, Trump says you will wait and you will like it. Oh, thanks so much for the gift memberships. Fred Flintstone. Hey, thanks, Fred. That's nice of you. Thank you. Unemployed Storyteller says, maybe it's 5 p.m. tomorrow. The announcement is reportedly going to be about an investment of up to $500 billion in AI infrastructure. It has now been 13 minutes since the 2-minute warning. Usually those 2-minute warnings are pretty good. I mean, I'm used to, presidential press appearances where the announced start time is not the actual start time. But usually when you get that person coming in and saying 2-minute warning, it happens right after that. Now, who knows? Maybe in this presidency it'll be different. Day Ishan thinks he's messing with the media. One of our viewers says, something must be wrong. Who knows? Maybe he just started talking to someone else and prioritized that. The Ouch Ouch says, last minute problem. Lizzie Lou says, something probably came up he had to deal with. A Todd ZY says, deal fell through, Japan head home. Eric thinks this is Bush League stuff. Someone else said, be patient. Square Body says, maybe on phone with Putin? Abraham Gluck thinks Putin called. Some of you guys think Putin called him. Oh, you're not going to believe this. You're not going to believe this. Hold on a second. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment here. I gotta switch the video to the other take. I have the live shot, but I gotta switch it to the other video, and I'll tell you why. Here, I gotta switch it to this. Hang on a moment. We gotta go with this one. See, it says, we will begin shortly. That's the White House feed. We have to switch to the White House feed. And I'm gonna tell you why right now. You might say, why do you have to switch to the White House feed? Because Reuters, at the last minute, changed the restriction instructions on the video I was showing you. They literally just changed it, and they said, USA no use. So I have to show you the White House feed, which is going to show it live, but the White House doesn't have the shot of the podium. You're watching a live White House feed right now, but the White House feed does not have the podium on it. So let me get for you this. Okay, there, we're good to go. We're good to go. We will begin shortly. So as soon as it starts, you will see him. We're not going to miss any of the broadcast. We have the White House feed, but I can't show you the podium shot right now. Reuters, somebody just messed up there, basically. The whole time I was showing it to you, it said you can show it. And then it just all of a sudden changed to no use USA. But I pay. Sometimes some of the feeds are you can't show in the US. It's just the rules. I pay for the feeds. I can't make the rules. But anyways, we'll have it either way. I just can't show before he comes out, I can't show that shot of the podium anymore because they changed the restriction. So we'll wait with the White House feed. But it's the same. It'll have him. Why do they do that? There's just different rights. I mean, I think it may be. Maybe they're using there's a thing called the network pool where the networks have their own group of where they share stuff among themselves. And like, if you want to use that, it's like, I don't know what it costs for a network to be in the network pool, but it's some huge amount of money. But a lot of times it's not that, but maybe it was a network pool video and they misidentified it at first. So anyways, I mean, because I always check the restrictions. But again, you are watching right now the live White House feed, and the White House feed will cut to him when he walks out. It'll go from this graphic to the White House to the shot of the podium right when he walks out. He hasn't walked out yet, so that's why it says that. Anyways, well, we got to see at least some of the podium beforehand. Jay Cairo says, is he even going to come in? Yeah, I mean, the White House is literally live showing this. Yes. I mean, something weird would have had to happen because they gave a 2-minute warning. They're live on their social media. Switch the channel says Trump is going to create Skynet. I don't even know what you're referring to with 500 billion. A fictional artificial neural network conscious group mind? That's what Wikipedia says. Oh, I don't even remember. Wikipedia says it serves as the main antagonist of the Terminator franchise. I forgot. I've seen Terminator. I haven't seen any of the follow-up ones, I don't think. Maybe I saw Terminator 2. That was years ago. I've seen Terminator and I think Terminator 2, but it's been so long. Terminator came out in 1984. So again, we're covering this live. Trump is not out yet. Any moment now, he's supposed to come out. It is 5. So we are now 20 minutes after the 2-minute warning was given. There's a podium. They're ready in the White House. You are looking at the White House feed, which has a graphic saying we will begin shortly. At 4:59 p.m., someone told the press 2-minute warning. And now it has been 20 minutes after the 2-minute warning. I don't think I've ever seen that long a delay after the 2-minute warning ever. Is somebody coming out? No. We're also keeping an eye on the January 6th prisoners coming out of the D.C. Central Detention Facility, where a number are supposed to be released. The Reuters feed I have is, yeah, it's a restricted feed. It's not allowed to be, I can't show it in the US. Here he comes right now. Here he is. Hold on. Volume.
Some very familiar faces. Well, thank you very much, and it's an honor to be here today. We have First full day as president, we're back. And we had a great first term, but we're going to have an even better second term. And I think we're going to do things that people will be shocked at. We're starting off with tremendous investment coming into our country at levels that nobody's really ever seen before. And they're very happy with the fact that I won the race and that they feel confident in their investments. And it's big money and high quality people. So my first day back from having a nice life, it's my honor to welcome 3 of the world's leading technology CEOs. And in the case of Larry Ellison, it's well beyond technology. He's sort of CEO of everything. He's an amazing man, an amazing business person. But to announce the largest AI infrastructure project by far in history, and it's all taking place right here in America. As you know, there's great competition for AI and other things, and they're coming in at the highest level. We're joined by Oracle Executive Chairman Larry Ellison, SoftBank CEO, my friend Masa Yoshi's son, and CEO of OpenAI, and I would say by far the leading expert based on everything I read, Sam Altman. So that's great that you're coming in together. That's a massive group of talent and money. Together, these world-leading technology giants are announcing the formation of Stargate. So put that name down in your books, because I think you're going to hear a lot about it in the future. A new American company that will invest $500 billion at least in AI infrastructure in the United States, and very, very quickly, moving very rapidly, creating over 100,000 American jobs almost immediately. This monumental undertaking is a resounding declaration of confidence in America's potential under a new president. Let me be a new president. I didn't say it, they did. So I appreciate that, fellas. But it'll ensure the future of technology. What we want to do is we want to keep it in this country. China is a competitor and others are competitors. We want it to be in this country, and we're making it available. I'm going to help a lot through emergency declarations, because we have an emergency. We have to get this stuff built. So they have to produce a lot of electricity, and we'll make it possible for them to get that production done very easily at their own plants if they want, where they'll build at the plant, the AI plant, they'll build energy generation, and that will be incredible. But it's technology and artificial intelligence, all made in the USA. Beginning immediately, Stargate will be building the physical and virtual infrastructure to power the next generation of advancements in AI, and this will include the construction of colossal data centers, very, very massive structures. I was in the real estate business. These buildings, these are big, beautiful buildings. They're going to employ a lot of people. And physical campuses in locations currently being scouted nationwide. They're making their choices of locations. I think they have their choice. I'd like to ask Larry, Sam, and Masa to say a few words and just talk about a little bit about what they're doing, and if you have any questions, and then we'll go into a couple of other subjects also. But this is, to me, a very big thing. $500 billion Stargate project. I think it's going to be something that's very special. It'll lead to something that could be the biggest of all. So, Larry, maybe we'll start with you, and we'll go down the line. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. We certainly couldn't do this without you. It would simply be impossible. AI holds incredible promise for all of us, for every American. We've actually been working with OpenAI for a while and with Masa for a while. The data centers are actually under construction. The first of them are under construction in Texas. Each building's 500,000 square feet. There are 10 buildings currently being built, but that will expand to 20, and other locations beyond the Abilene location, which is our first location. The kind of applications that we're building to give you an idea, maybe the most charismatic and the one that I think touches us all is electronic health records. Not just maintaining electronic health records, but by looking at electronic health records, understanding the condition of doctors, better understanding the condition of their patients, and being able to provide healthcare plans that are much better than they otherwise would be. A doctor in Indian River Reservation would be able to see how a doctor at Memorial Sloan Kettering would treat the patient, or a doctor at Stanford would treat the patient. We actually provide all of that information, all of that guidance to the doctors who are treating cancer patients or patients with any other kind of disease, made possible by AI. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I'm going to pass it to Masa, but this is a very exciting program for Oracle to be a part of. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That really helpful. That's good. That's great. I feel tall now. Thank you. Well, Mr. President, last month I came to celebrate your winning and promised that we will invest $100 billion. And you told me, oh, Masa, go for 200. Yeah. Now I came back with 500. Because this is the, as you said yesterday, this is the beginning of golden age of America. This is one great example, I think, right? We wouldn't have decided to do this.
I think so.
This is the beginning of golden age. We wouldn't have decided unless you won. And yesterday we agreed, we signed to make this happen.
It's great.
Because of this day.
Very nice.
So we would make this happen. We would immediately start deploying $100 billion with the goal of making $500 billion within next 4 years, within your term. Yeah. Right? Because of your success. So we are very, very excited to do this. And our partner is, of course, SoftBank, OpenAI, Oracle, and additionally investing partner with MGX. On top of that, we have the technology partner NVIDIA, and of course Microsoft has been very, very supportive to Sam and continue to support all our success. This is not just for business. As Larry said, this will help people's life. This will help solving many, many issues, difficult things that otherwise we could not have solved with the power of AI. I think AGI is coming very, very soon. And then after that, that's not the goal. After that, artificial super intelligence will come to solve the issues that mankind would never ever have thought that we could solve. Well, this is the beginning of our golden age. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Fantastic.
Sam.
I don't have too much to add, but I did want to say I'm thrilled we get to do this in the United States of America. I think this will be the most important project of this era. And as Masa said, for AGI to get built here, to create hundreds of thousands of jobs, to create a new industry centered here, we wouldn't be able to do this without you, Mr. President. And I'm thrilled that we get to. I think it'll be an exciting project. I think we'll be able to do all of the wonderful things that these guys talked about. But the fact that we get to do this in the United States is, I think, wonderful. So thank you very much.
Could you just say one word? I hear so many positive things about what it's going to do for medical research and for solving things, cancer and all the different problems. How will AI help us with the fight against the various problems, diseases, etc.?
These guys can maybe share more about some of the work they're doing there. I think they'll jointly be some of the leaders about driving progress here. But I believe that as this technology progresses, we will see diseases get cured at an unprecedented rate. We will be amazed at how quickly we're curing this cancer and that one and heart disease, and what this will do for the ability to deliver very high quality healthcare, the costs, but really to cure the diseases. at a rapid rate, I think will be among the most important things this technology does.
Be great. Very good.
Can I sneak in and answer that question, Mr. President? So we're currently working on. Should I step on this? Okay. All right. No. I'm not that tall. I'm not that tall.
You look even better now.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the most exciting things we're working on, using the tools that Sam and Masa are providing, is a cancer vaccine. It's very interesting. It turns out, I'll be quick, all of our cancers, cancer tumors, little fragments of those tumors float around in your blood. So you can do early cancer detection. If you can do using AI, you can do early cancer detection with a blood test. And using AI to look at the blood test, you can find the cancers that are actually seriously threatening the person. So we can, again, cancer diagnosis using AI has the promise of just being a simple blood test. Then beyond that, once we gene sequence that cancer tumor, you can then vaccinate the person, design a vaccine for every individual person to vaccinate them against that cancer. And you can make that vaccine, that mRNA vaccine, you can make that robotically, again using AI, in about 48 hours. So imagine early cancer detection, the development of a cancer vaccine for your particular cancer aimed at you, and have that vaccine available in 48 hours. This is the promise of AI and the promise of the future.
Great, thanks. Good, great.
Thank you, sir.
We have some questions.
Yeah, just 1 second. We'll finish up. But these are highly respected guys. I was shocked with Larry because I don't even think Larry does this stuff. You did a very good job for a guy that doesn't do it much, right? But he's so respected, and the group, and it's really an honor. But for Larry to be here and do this is very unusual because he doesn't do this stuff. He doesn't need it. He does, and you don't need it, do you? Huh? You don't need it. But I think it's an honor to the country. It's a great honor that this group, these are the top people, that they're going to do it, and they're going to do it here, and we're going to make it as easy as it can be. A $500 million Stargate project comes in addition to a separate pledge between $100 and $200 billion from, as we know, from Masa, we talked about before. Also $20 billion from DMAC, which was great. And we have many others that are coming. Some I just announce it. It's easier, but with some, I know them, and they're so highly respected, I'd rather do it this way. Many would like to do it this way, but we're letting the world know what's happening. This is money that normally would have gone to China or other countries, but in particular China. In total, before the end of my first full business day in Washington in the White House, we've already secured nearly $3 trillion of new investments in the United States, and probably that's going to be 6 or 7 by the end of the week. Tremendous amounts of money are coming in for many things other than even AI. AI seems to be very hot. It seems to be the thing that a lot of smart people are looking at very strongly. And our country will be prospering like never before. I think that's true, and it's going to be the golden age of America. As I say, yesterday we had the most ambitious, action-oriented day of any administration in history. No, there's never been a first day like yesterday, as you know. I signed a sweeping slate of executive orders to stop the invasion of our borders. I launched a government-wide effort to defeat inflation and bring down the cost of daily life and bring down the cost of energy, magnificently bring it down. And when energy comes down, Larry, I'd say generally speaking, when energy comes down, everything else comes down. The prices of food and the prices of everything else come down. Energy is that's the big baby. And we declared a national energy emergency to drill, baby, drill, our term that we use. We're going to drill, baby, drill like never before. We ended destructive DEI mandates across the federal government and returned our country to a merit-based system and a common sense system. As you know, the Supreme Court gave us a decision on merit, where things in this country can be based on merit now instead of a lot of different rules, regulations, and things that really put our country at a big disadvantage. We permanently stopped government censorship and restored free speech. That was signed yesterday. We renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Sounds so beautiful, the Gulf of America, and returned the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley. They took off the name, and he was actually a great president. He was a very, very successful businessman. He ran for governor of Ohio. He won and did a great job as governor, ran for president, and he won. He was assassinated, ultimately, in his second term, unfortunately. But he was the tariff king, and I don't think he was as bad as I am. I think I believe in him even more than him, but he believed in him very strongly. And he raised massive amounts of money. Our country was at its richest from 1870 to 1913. We had the most. That was when we were the richest, relatively speaking. We were the richest during that period of time. That was tariffs from other countries. And our administration's moving with unprecedented urgency and speed to confront every single crisis facing us, and we'll get the job done. And again, I want to thank Sam and Masa and Larry for being here. It's an honor to have them. And we'll take a few questions if you want.
You would agree that it's never acceptable to assault a police officer.
Sure.
Right? So then if I can, among those you pardoned, DJ Rodriguez, he drove a stun gun into the neck of a DC police officer who was abducted by the mob that day. He later confessed on video to the FBI and pleaded guilty for his crimes. Why does he deserve a pardon?
Well, I don't know. Was it a pardon? Because we're looking at commutes and we're looking at pardons. Okay, well, we'll take a look at everything. But I can say this. Murderers today are not even charged. You have murderers that aren't charged all over. You take a look at what's gone on in Philadelphia, take a look at what's gone on in L.A., where people murder people and they don't get charged. These people have already served years in prison, and they've served them viciously. It's a disgusting prison. It's been horrible. It's inhumane. It's been a terrible, terrible thing. I also say this. You go to Portland, where they wrapped police officers, shot police officers, nothing happened to anybody. You go to Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city and people died. Portland, a lot of people died. Wait a minute. And you go also, take a look at Minneapolis, because I was there and I watched it. And if I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city wouldn't even exist today. People were killed and nobody went to jail. So these people have already served a long period of time, and I made a decision to give a pardon. Joe Biden gave a pardon yesterday to a lot of criminals. These are criminals that he gave a pardon to, and you should be asking that question. Why did he give a pardon to all of these people that committed crimes? Why did he give a pardon to the J6 Unselect Committee when they burned and destroyed all documents which showed that they did what was wrong, not me? Wait a minute. Why did they give a pardon to all of his relatives? His brother, who made millions of dollars, to all these different people, he gave pardons. That's the question you should be answering. All right, go ahead. Yeah, please.
If I can I just follow up really fast? Steve, can I just follow up on that really fast?
No. That's enough. Go ahead.
You said you will.
Tell us about your meeting with Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune. Did you reach any conclusion on this one big?
Pretty much. I think we have a good situation now. It's been in some ways made simpler by Los Angeles because they're going to need a lot of money. And generally speaking, I think you'll find that a lot of Democrats are going to be asking for help. So I think maybe that makes it more one-sided. I think we're going to do very well. Look, we're going to take care of Los Angeles. I'm going there. I'm going to North Carolina, which has been abandoned by the Democrats. And I'm going to North Carolina, very importantly, first. I'll be there on Friday. And then I'm going from there to Los Angeles. And then I'm going to Nevada. And I'm really going to Nevada to thank them for the vote because we won Nevada overwhelmingly. And that's usually a Democrat vote, and I just want to go there to thank the people of Nevada for the big vote. So we'll be making that. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, the leaders of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers were freed following their pardons yesterday. At the time back in 2021, you urged them to stand back and stand by. Is there now a place for them in the political conversation?
Well, we have to see they've been given a pardon. I thought their sentences were ridiculous and excessive. One of the guys took down a flag that was an anti-American flag, and he was given years in jail. I don't know the exact number, but he was given many years in jail. I thought it was very excessive. And at least the cases that we looked at, these were people that actually love our country, so we thought a pardon would be appropriate, yeah.
Mr. President, is it also true in your conversations with Republicans today that you asked them to consider recess appointments for cabinet officials?
I think, yeah, if it's needed. I don't think it's going to be needed. Marco, as you know, got passed overwhelmingly with 99-0, which is pretty amazing. Marco's going to do a great job, Secretary of State. But he just got, I guess he was the first one and just got approved. That's some vote, 99-0, and the nothing was a vote that he would have gotten if we wanted to do it. But you know whose vote that was, who's doing a great job right now as vice president.
Did you also talk about some sort of a trade or a deal involving wildfire relief in extension for a debt?
Well, what I really want to have done, I was talking about this with the guys back in the Oval Office. Los Angeles has massive amounts of water available to it. All they have to do is turn the valve, and that's the valve coming back from and down from the Pacific Northwest, where millions of gallons of water a week and a day, even in many cases, pours into California, goes all through California down to Los Angeles. And they turned it off. It's off now. The valve goes, it turns toward the Pacific Ocean, and all that water goes pouring into the Pacific Ocean. If they did what I told them to do, they wouldn't do it because politically they didn't think it was good. I think it's great politically. I think they're dead politically. What they've done, they've destroyed the city. What they've done to that city is unbelievable. The sprinklers, their sprinklers in there like these right here that you see, none of them had any water in them. They didn't have any water. The fire hydrants, 40% of them had no water. The brush was just dry. Everything was dry. The sprinklers on the lawn weren't allowed to even be used. So, you know, everything was dry, and it was an inferno. They created an inferno. So we're demanding that they turn the valve back toward Los Angeles right now. It's not even believable that they haven't done it. Just so you know, they have a valve, and it turns like, think of a sink, but multiply it times many thousands of times the size of it. It's massive. And you turn it back toward Los Angeles. Why aren't they doing it? They either have a death wish, they're stupid, or there's something else going on that we don't understand. But we want the water that they're throwing away to be used for California. And that includes the farmers of California. You know, when you drive up north, you see all of the land. I couldn't believe it. I was with Devin Nunes when he was a congressman and some other congressmen from the area, and we're driving up and we're on the highway, and I keep looking at these farms, and the land is bone dry, and then you'd see an acre, about an acre or 2 acres, with the most beautiful green plants growing in it, the most beautiful you've ever. It's rich stuff, and you look at the soil, and it's so rich. That soil is almost the equivalent to like Iowa soil. It's phenomenal, but it's got no water. But the reason it has no water, I said, do you have a drought? No. I said, what do you mean you don't have a drought? Look at the thing. It's dry as a bone. The reason you have like an acre is because they say you can farm 1 acre, but no more, because they didn't want to waste water. But they throw the water into the Pacific Ocean. These people are crazy. So we're going to be issuing an executive order demanding that they immediately let that water come down through California. Farmers, even people living in Beverly Hills. Now, those people have been a lot of them are wiped out. Believe it or not, you know, they were having restrictions, Larry, you know about this. They wanted to restrict you to 38 gallons of water a day. That sounds like a lot, but it's not. When you're a rich person and you like to take a shower, 38 gallons doesn't last very long. And they have all this water, and it's really good water. Up high, Pacific Northwest, some comes in from Canada, a nice country, by the way, comes in from Canada, and it comes all the way through California, and they're restricting it. You even have the half pipes, you know, the half pipes, the cut pipes, big ones, bigger than this room, and they're going all the way down, and they're bone dry, and they could be loaded up with water. No, but isn't it incredible that they don't do it? And it's to protect the Delta smelt. It's a fish that's doing poorly anyway. But I said, how are you protecting the Delta smelt by not giving it water? It's a fish. It needs water. Nobody can answer that question.
On TikTok, Mr. President.
Well, let me do this first.
Are you open to Elon buying TikTok?
Say it?
Are you open to Elon buying TikTok?
I would be if he wanted to buy it, yeah.
And on your inauguration,
I'd like Larry to buy it too. I have the right to make a deal. So the deal I'm thinking about, Larry, let's negotiate in front of the media. The deal, I think, is this, and I've met with owners of TikTok, the big owners. It's worthless if it doesn't get a permit. It's not like, oh, you can take the U.S. The whole thing is worthless. With a permit, it's worth like $1 trillion. So what I'm thinking about saying to somebody is buy it and give half to the United States of America, half, and we'll give you the permit. And they'll have a great partner, the United States. And they'll have something that's actually more valuable because they have the ultimate partner, and the United States will make it very worthwhile for them in terms of the permits and everything else. But so think of it, you have an asset that has no value or has $1 trillion value. It all depends on whether or not the United States gives the permit. So what I'm saying is let the United States give the permit, and the United States should get half. Sounds reasonable. What do you think?
Sounds like a good deal to me, Mr. President.
Yeah, he can afford it too.
Mr. President, you're a president who has long said that you back the blue, but aren't you sending the message that assaulting officers is okay with these pardons?
No, the opposite. In fact, I'm going to be letting 2 officers from Washington Police, D.C. I believe they're from D.C., but I just approved it. They were arrested, put in jail for 5 years because they went after an illegal, and I guess something happened where something went wrong. And they arrested the 2 officers and put them in jail for going after a criminal, a rough criminal, by the way. And I'm actually releasing. No, I am the friend of police, more than any president that's ever been in this office.
More than 400 of the people that you pardoned, though, assaulted officers. So I want to ask you about the Vice President, J.D. Vance. He said, this is a week ago, he said, if you committed violence on January 6th, obviously you should not be pardoned. Why is your Vice President wrong?
Well, only for one reason. They've served years in jail. They should not have served, excuse me, and they've served years in jail, and murderers don't even go to jail in this country. And we had 1,500. We have 16 under review. As you know, we commuted about 16 of them because it looks like they could have done things that were not acceptable for a full pardon. But these people have served years of jail. Their lives have been ruined. And in many cases, listen to me for a second. Stop interrupting. They've served years in jail. And if you look at the American public is tired of it. Take a look at the election. Just look at the numbers on the election. We won this election in a landslide because the American public is tired of people like you that are just one-sided, horrible people in terms of crime. You don't talk about all the people that have been killed and what happens to those murderers. Murderers get no time. You take a look at some of these DAs. They go after political opponents, but they don't go after people that shoot people in the street. They're caught. They know where they're living. They know everything. They don't even go up to pick them up anymore. They just let them live there. They know all about it. They have their pictures. They have the tape of the shooting, and they don't even go up and you're talking about this. No, we pardoned people that were treated unbelievably poorly. In the history of our country, there's never been anything take place like this. They're still looking for them, but they're not looking for the murderers, the people that are killing everybody. We are, though, and we're getting them out of the country. We just started that. We're getting them out of the country, and they're going to be gotten out of the country fast. They came in illegally from jails and from prisons. They killed many people. Some of them killed many people. About 50% of them killed more than one person. They were released into our country. That's what we're focused on, not the kind of nonsense you're talking about.
You
ceasefire in Ukraine. If Vladimir Putin doesn't come to the table to negotiate with you, will you put additional sanctions on Russia?
Sounds likely.
And do you think that the war should be frozen currently?
The war should have never started. If you had a competent president, which you didn't, the war wouldn't have happened. The war in Ukraine would have never happened if I were president. But that couldn't happen because the election was rigged. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, there's been some debate within your orbit over whether or not to keep or eliminate H-1B visas. What's your position on that? Do you want to keep H-1Bs or do you want to get...
Well, I like both sides of the argument, but I also like very competent people coming into our country, even if that involves them training and helping other people that may not have the qualifications they do. But I don't want to stop. And I'm not just talking about engineers. I'm talking about people at all levels. We want competent people coming into our country. And HB1, I know the program very well. I use the program. Maitre d's, wine, experts, even waiters, high quality waiters. You got to get the best people. Now, then you go into people like Larry, and he needs engineers, and Massa needs, and this gentleman needs engineers like nobody's ever needed engineers, right? So we have to have the quality people coming in. Now, by doing that, we're expanding businesses, and that takes care of everybody. So I'm sort of on both sides of the argument, but what I really do feel is that we have to let really competent people, great people come into our country, and we do that through the H-1 program.
Mr. President, are you looking to impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico in an effort to force negotiations sooner on USMCA?
No, it's really not on USMCA. It has nothing to do with that. They've allowed, both of them, Canada very much so, they've allowed millions and millions of people to come into our country that shouldn't be here. They could have stopped them, and they didn't. And they've killed 300,000 people last year, my opinion, have been destroyed by drugs, by fentanyl. The fentanyl coming through Canada is massive. The fentanyl coming through Mexico is massive. And people are getting killed, and families are being destroyed. I mean, the son gets killed, and the family is a basket case for the rest of their lives. I mean, I've seen mothers that thought they'd heal. They never heal. They say it gets worse with time. It gets worse with time. They lose their boy. They lose their baby. They lose their young daughter to fentanyl poisoning. And I had that talk with President Xi the other day, too, of China. I said, we don't want that crap in our country. We got to stop it. I would have stopped it. I had a deal with him where he was going to give the maximum penalty, which in China is the death penalty for drug dealing. And he was all set. He was going to give the maximum penalty to fentanyl dealers. If they send to the United States, they were going to get the death penalty. And, of course, Biden didn't pick that up. I had that deal all done. It was all wrapped up. We were going to have it done. And then the election went, let's put it nicely, didn't go the proper way. I'm trying to be nice about it. It was rigged. And we had an incompetent president elected, and he never followed up on that deal. But he should have followed up, because if they got the death penalty, they wouldn't be sending fentanyl to Mexico, Canada, and other places.
Mr. President, how much will
We're thinking about that, too. We're talking about a tariff of 10% on China based on the fact that they're sending fentanyl to Mexico and Canada.
When did you write that letter to,
How
sir?
soon on those tariffs?
Probably February 1st is the date we're looking at. For Mexico and China, we're talking about approximately 25%.
Gaza ceasefire, are you planning to travel to the Middle East soon?
We're thinking about going to the Middle East, not yet. We have a thing called the hostages are coming back going on right now, and they are coming back. Some of them have been very damaged. You look at the young lady with her hand practically blown off. You know how that happened, right? Did you know how that happened? When you find out, you're not going to be too happy because it was terrible. But the hostages are starting to come back. If I weren't here, they wouldn't be back ever. They would have never come back. They would have all died. If this were done a year earlier, if Biden would have done this deal a year and a half, 2 years ago, or frankly, it should have never happened. October 7th should have never happened. Nobody should be dead. But through weakness, they allowed it to happen, and then it was a disaster from them. But You go back just 6 months ago, many of these young people were living. You know, young people don't die like that. They're just dying. And young people aren't dying at 22 and 23 years old. They don't die. But now they're dying. And you wonder why they're dying. They're being killed. And they have been killed. But they say 6 months ago, you would have had 11 more living hostages. Think of that. 6 months ago. But Biden couldn't get it done, and it was only the imposition that I put on as a deadline that got it done. But it's a very sad situation. It should have never happened. I'll tell you, 2 things should have never happened. 3 things. Inflation should have never happened. It would have never happened, except for what they did to energy and their crazy spending. And Ukraine would have never happened. Never. By the way, Russia never would have gone into Ukraine. I had a very strong understanding with Putin that it would have never, ever happened. He disrespected Biden. Very simple. He disrespects people. He's smart. He understands. He disrespected Biden. And also, the Middle East would have never happened because Iran was broke. They had no money. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. It would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. But it did happen. So this is the cards I've been given. And we're getting the hostages back. That would have never happened under Biden. They would have never come back. They were just dying not that slowly. They were dying or being killed. But that was what was happening.
Are you going to keep sending weapons to Ukraine, or are you going to turn off the tap soon?
Well, we're looking at that. We're talking to Zelensky. We're going to be talking with President Putin very soon. And we'll see how it all happens. We're going to look at it very soon. One thing I do feel, the European Union should be paying a lot more than they're paying because under Biden, I mean, we're in there for $200 billion more. Now, it affects them more than it affects us. We have an ocean in between, right? Little thing called an ocean. The European Union should equalize. We're in there for $200 billion more than the European Union. I mean, what are we, stupid? I guess the answer is yes. Because they must think so. But the European Union takes advantage of us tremendously on trade, and they now take advantage of, and always have. If I didn't get involved years ago, my first term, one of the first things I noticed was that they're not paying enough. They're not paying, and a lot of those countries weren't even paying. The NATO countries, they weren't paying. Only 7 out of 28 were paying. We were one of them, and Poland was one, and they had a few of them that were paying, and some were paying very proudly. Usually, the closer to the borderline of Russia they were, the faster they paid, okay? The ones that were further away tended not to pay so fast. And one thing on that, I think they should lift their number not to 2%, but to 5%. NATO should be at 5%, not at 2%. 2% is ridiculous, yeah.
Did you ask President Xi in your conversation about Ukraine, did you ask him to get involved
Yeah.
in helping settle that? Can you tell us about
I did,
that?
yeah. I said, you ought to get it settled because he's not done very much on that. He's got a lot of power, like we have a lot of power. I said, you ought to get it settled. We did discuss it, yeah.
Mr. President, you launched a crypto coin the other day. Do you intend to continue selling products that benefit yourself personally while you're president?
Well, I don't know if it benefited. I don't know where it is. I don't know much about it other than I launched it. I heard it was very successful. I haven't checked it. Where is it today?
You made a lot of money, sir.
How much?
Several $billion, it seems like, in the last several days.
Several billion? That's peanuts for these guys.
So you talked about the letter from President Biden. Can you give us some sense, broadly speaking?
Yeah, he wrote me a nice letter. I mean, I did open it last night. And I didn't know. Peter said, did you get the letter? I said, wait a minute, let's see the letter. It's sort of a tradition. You put it in the drawer, especially of the beautiful Resolute desk, right? And I opened the drawer, and there it was. It said to number 47. And it was a very nice letter. I mean, I could show it because I think it was a nice letter. Maybe I will. I think.
What do you say in terms of
Just basically, it was a little bit of an inspirational type letter, you know. Enjoy it, do a good job. Important, very important, how important the job is. But I think it was a nice letter. I think I should let people see it because it was a positive for him in writing it. I appreciated the letter.
Mr. President, were security concerns at all a factor when deciding to move your inauguration indoors?
No, not at all. No, not at all. It was just cold. Look, if we would have, I just went out to the helicopter, right, we said goodbye. That's a tradition. As long as before it used to be a stagecoach, and then helicopters came along. But that's been a tradition. You go out and you do that. And we stood there for 10 minutes, and I'll tell you what, people would not have been able to get through that day. That was cold. It was sort of interesting. Don't let the sun fool you. Tell me something. Sunny days can get very cold, can't they? Because that was so freezing yesterday. You couldn't have gotten through it. It would have been. And the answer is no, it wasn't security. With that being said, I thought the Capitol, the Rotunda, was beautiful. 72 degrees, unbelievable sound. It's like being in an opera house. I could see people wanting to do it there rather than outside.
Why did you remove John Bolton's security clearance, sir?
Because I think there was enough time. We take a job. You take a job. You want to do a job. We're not going to have security on people for the rest of their lives. Why should we? I thought he was a very dumb person, but I used him well because every time people saw me come into a meeting with John Bolton standing behind me, they thought that he'd attack them because he was a warmonger. He's the one that got us involved, along with Cheney and a couple of others, convinced Bush, which was a terrible decision, to blow up the Middle East. We blew up the Middle East and we left. We got nothing out of it except a lot of death. We killed a lot of people. And John Bolton was, one of those guys, a stupid guy. But no, you can't have that for life. You shouldn't expect it for life.
That meeting that you mentioned with President Zelensky, will that take place here, and when and where will you meet with him?
I don't know. I mean, look, President Zelensky would like to have peace. He's told me that very strongly. He'd like to have peace, but it takes two to tango. We'll see what happens.
When will you meet with President Putin?
Anytime they want, I'll meet. I'd like to see that end. Millions of people are being killed, and they're being killed. It's a vicious situation, and they're now largely soldiers. A lot of people have been killed in the cities. They look like demolition sites. Buildings, massive buildings bombed and coming down. The thing with Ukraine is that many more people died than you're reporting. You're not reporting the real numbers, and I'm not blaming you for that. I'm blaming maybe our government for not wanting to release those numbers. Many more people died than what you know about. When those big buildings come down and they say 2 people were injured, no. Many people, thousands of people are being killed. But the real killing now is on the war front. It's a very flat land. And the only thing that stops a bullet is somebody's body. And you have young soldiers. So Russia's lost about 800,000 soldiers now. Ukraine's lost about 600 or 700,000. I think the numbers are low that they're giving out. But they've lost massive numbers of young soldiers. And that war should stop. It's very flat, it's beautiful farmland, and it's flat and really beautiful in a different kind of way, but they don't have any protection. The only thing that stops a bullet is a body, and those bodies are stopping a lot of bullets, and they're being decimated, both sides.
Your conversation with President Xi, what did you tell him in terms of when to expect tariffs, and what can he do to avoid them?
About which one? About tariffs? We didn't talk too much about tariffs, other than he knows where I stand. Look, I put large tariffs on China. I've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. Until I was president, China never paid not 10 cents to the United States. With me, they paid hundreds of $600 billion or so, or more than that even, of tariffs. And if I didn't do that, you wouldn't have a steel mill open in the United States right now. You wouldn't have one steel mill open in the United States. So what I did is I saved the steel industry. I saved other industries, too, with other tariffs. Other countries are big abusers also. It's not just China. China's an abuser, but the European Union is very, very bad to us. They treat us very, very badly. They don't take our cars. They don't take our cars at all. They don't take our farm products, essentially. They don't take very much. We have a $350 billion deficit with the European Union. They treat us very, very badly. So they're going to be in for tariffs. It's the only way you're going to get back. It's the only way you're going to get fairness. You can't get fairness unless you do that. But the European Union's treated us very badly. But essentially everybody treats us badly. You know, everybody treats us badly. Yes, go ahead. Because we allow them to. Because we've had stupid people doing this, and we can't have. I'd like to have these three people negotiate for us, just for 1 week, and we'd be a rich country again. But we'll be rich.
Mr. President, on AI data centers, will you rescind President Biden's executive order that opens up federal land?
On which centers?
On data centers, will you rescind President Biden's executive order that opens up federal lands for data centers and energy production?
No, I wouldn't do that. That sounds to me like it's something that I would like. I'd like to see federal lands opened up for data centers. I think they're going to be very important. Again, we have a lot of competition for that. So it's an honor to have these three great people, great CEOs and great geniuses, all three. It's an honor that they want to come to our country, but we're going to make it as easy as we can for them because other countries want them to. I'm going to have to go now. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Do you have TikTok on your phone?
No, but I think I might put it there. I think I'll get it right now. By the way, again, we won the young vote. I think I won it through TikTok. So I have a warm spot in my heart for TikTok. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Come on.
All right, we got another impromptu press conference today. I'm going to talk about that from Trump. There was an interesting aspect of that. First of all, let me put the video from the DC detention facility on full screen so we can look at that, and then we'll talk about what we just heard. So give me one moment here. Again, I'm going to throw that video up there for you. I'm going to take this and I'm going to put it up here, and then I'm going to turn this on. No, that's not the right video. That's the wrong video. We need, hang on. The live video has not ended. All right, we're going to get that full screen for you. That is a video. I got to just fix what's on the screen. That is a video from the DC Central Detention Facility. Right there. Wow, okay. Now, hold on. Hang on, folks. Hang on, folks.
This guy I think we heard from. Okay. So it sounds like there's plenty. There's updates
All right, so we got that up there for you. So we're looking at a live shot of the DC Central Detention Facility where it's expected that some January 6 prisoners will be released. So I want to keep an eye on that. That comes after Trump's executive order last night that pardoned or commuted the sentence of every person that had been convicted of a January 6th attack-related offense. Now, I want to talk to you about the press conference that just happened. I will say one thing that I thought was certainly a very interesting aspect of that press conference was the three people who appeared with Trump at that press conference are three very prominent I would assume Sam Altman is quite wealthy. I don't know about him, but I can say that Larry Ellison and also the SoftBank CEO are very wealthy people. Hang on a second here. Yeah, so there was Larry Ellison, who is, I think, the third richest person in the world. Larry Ellison, who co-founded Oracle. He is, I believe, one of the wealthiest people in the world. Yes, Wikipedia says as of 2024, he was the third wealthiest person in the world. And then Masayoshi Son of SoftBank CEO, who's also incredibly wealthy and prominent. And then Sam Altman, who is the CEO of OpenAI. And an interesting thing about that press conference was those three people basically just had to stand there in silence, probably for what, about 40 minutes while this press conference is going on. My guess is that Larry Ellison, Masayoshi-san, and Sam Altman do not have many moments in their life where they're just standing there in silence waiting for somebody else to do something. So it was just kind of a thought I had as it was going on. I was like, oh wait, those guys are just standing there. So it was just again, it's not really relevant to the press conference and to the issues that were discussed. It was just something I was noticing at that. It must be. I don't know. I don't know if maybe it's just normal to them, but I don't think they do that very much. Anyways, that being said, Trump took a bunch of questions on different things. I don't know that the main announcement was this infrastructure announcement that I don't know if it was up to $500 billion. I think it was like up to $500 billion would be spent on what Trump called the largest AI infrastructure project in history. So he announced that, and then he took a bunch of questions about different things. Let me just pull something up here. Hang on a moment here. I want to take some comments from you guys about the press conference, though. Let's see here. Hang on. And we'll keep an eye on this live video as well. Where is... Yeah, it was up to $500 billion in AI investment. Reuters says that Trump announced private sector investment of up to $500 billion to fund artificial intelligence infrastructure. OpenAI, SoftBank, and Oracle plan a Texas-based joint venture called Stargate and have committed $100 billion initially and then up to $500 billion to Stargate over the next 4 years. AI requires enormous computing power, pushing demand for specialized data centers that enable tech companies to link thousands of chips together in clusters. It also involves a lot of power, energy as well. All right, let me take some comments from you guys. What are your thoughts? Any thoughts on that or the press conference? Trump was asked, I think it might have been Peter Alexander of NBC, who kept asking Trump about the pardons he issued to people who were convicted of January 6th violence against officers. And I know something that Trump said things like, that they had served years in prison already, and also he kept saying that murderers in the U.S. go unpunished. Hamilins thinks it was very good news for the USA, that announcement. The investment announcement. By the way, thank you to Captain Jerry Donnelly, TK, Becky Hefferman, Tammy, BDK, Zeppelin for your support. I really appreciate it. Also, Martin Gingrich. John Knapp said Sam Altman is worth $1.1 billion. I should look it up. Wikipedia says in March 2024, it was estimated he was worth around $2 billion. Helen says, I liked the press conference. Trump responded well. Hope the data centers will be protected from hackers. Again, we are looking at the D.C. Central Detention Facility, where it is expected that some January 6 prisoners will be released. That is why this feed is live here. We just saw Trump do a press conference. Well, he made an announcement about the an investment of hundreds of billions of dollars in the U.S. in AI infrastructure, but he then proceeded to answer questions for about, I don't know, 30 to 40 minutes, maybe, if I have that right. Paul Mufoletto, our viewer, says Trump knows what he is doing. We will see. Lori Murphy thinks Trump has to lie to justify pardoning the January 6 people who had been convicted of using violence against officers. The Cure points out that at one point he seemed to call a reporter a horrible person or horrible people.
Job. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Although it was a little ambiguous when he said it, what he was referring to, because he said something after horrible person or horrible people. He also talked again about this TikTok proposal he made last night, where he wants TikTok and the U.S. to go in somehow 50-50. Or he wants ByteDance, the Chinese company, I guess, to own it 50-50 with maybe a U.S. company or something. But there were all kinds of questions on different topics in that. That's the second time. That's the second time in less than 24 hours Trump has given probably answered questions for half an hour or 40 minutes or something like that. Twice within 24 hours. You know, say what you want, whatever you think about Biden and Trump. I know a lot of you think very different things about them. That is not something that was common in the Biden administration.
Sucking the heat out of the bottom of mine. Yeah. I got here, I'm just telling...
Drifter said Biden would never do that.
I guess it's about 7:30.
Martin Gingrich says 5 years seems plenty for assault. So I don't think people served 5 years because it was 4 years ago, and also, you know, after somebody would have gotten arrested and then tried and stuff like that, it would be less time. So I'm not sure about the exact amount of time. I think the reporters said something like some of them have served like 18 months or something, but I'm not sure, 20 months, I'm not sure. Now the police, hang on, we have police coming out. So are people coming out now? Because some police are coming towards the camera. See this? Unless there's a shift change. But I'm wondering, are we maybe going to have people coming out now, prisoners, because the police just came across the street? Or maybe it was just a shift change or something. I don't know. I did see movement there. John Fist says changing of the guard. Yeah, Molly Morgan says shift change. Maybe it was just switching off people.
See, your feet are getting cold already coming off of that thing, aren't they? Right. Yeah.
Shell says they were in jail long before sentence. That's true. They could have been kept in jail before they were sentenced, but they certainly weren't arrested. I mean, again, January 6, 2021 was 4 years ago, and they weren't arrested the day after that. But yes, a fair point that some of them might have been arrested and then kept in jail. Well, actually, no. Well, some of them in jail before they were arrested. I think you mean before they were charged. Well, before they had their trial, maybe. I'm getting confused. But yes, some of them might have been in jail well before their trial, maybe convicted. Fred says, why are there so many police there? Last night, before they pushed people across the street, there was a large crowd of people right at the doors of the facility, and it was kind of chaotic. So at some point last night, the police pushed there are like people who I think had been demonstrating there, maybe, I don't know if you call them demonstrators now, but there's people who are calling for the people to be released, them and also a bunch of media, and they just pushed everybody away from the building. They made everybody go across the street. It was pretty, yeah, I mean, they were right up against the building last night. So I think they want to keep things under control there. They don't want people, you know, banging on the door demanding that the prisoners be let out right away, for example. Kit Sachi said the cancer mRNA vaccine thing is very concerning. Larry Ellison, I think, talked about the promise of AI in creating cancer vaccines. Hold on, I have to turn the sound down because somebody's playing music. I can't play the copyrighted music. When he talked about that, a number of other people in our chat, I think, thought it was a good thing, but some expressed concerns in our chat. Oh, Martin says I meant 4 years, but probably more like 3 years. Fair enough, Martin. Fair enough, Martin Gingrich. So we'll keep an eye on this for a little bit and see if we see any of the January 6 prisoners come out. Yeah, there was an interesting thing. There was one question about Trump's meme coin. I don't know if you guys caught that. His meme coin it's a coin that, it's a cryptocurrency that was announced, I think, 2 days before the inauguration, where I believe 80% of it is owned by a group affiliated with Trump. And it has, at least on paper, increased his wealth by billions of dollars since it came out. But he didn't have much of a reaction to the question. I can try to find that specific. It's really quick. I would have to find, if I can find the time code, I can show it to you again. But maybe I have it here. What time was it when he said it? Let's see. I think I might be able to pull it up here. According to my phone, the time on the clock was 5:58 p.m. Let me see if I can pull this. Oh, yes. All right, I'm going to pull this up for you. I'll play that part again. There was one question about his meme coin, which I have not seen him asked about before. All right, let's see here. All right, I'm going to show it to you guys right now, if I can find it. I think it's right here. Okay, here is a replay of Trump answering the question about his meme coin from our own broadcast. I'm replaying our own broadcast here. Oops, if I can pull it up on the screen for you. Hang on. There it is. Let's hit play here. See if this works. Oh, I know what's happening. Sorry. Hang on. Should work in a second. Is it here? Let's see.
They paid, okay. The ones that were further away tended not to pay so fast. And one thing on that, I think they should lift their number, not at 2%.
Did you ask him to get involved?
Yeah. I don't know if it benefited. I don't know. Checked it. Where?
Hang on.
Several $billion dollars, it seems like.
Here it is.
How much?
Here's the question about his meme coin that was asked in the press conference. Well, actually, it's about 10 seconds before. All right.
There it is. I don't know much about it other than I launched it. I heard it was very simple. Said you ought to get it settled. We did discuss it. Yeah.
Mr. President, you launched your crypto coin the other day. Do you intend to continue selling products that benefit yourself personally while you're president?
Well, I don't know if it benefited. I don't know where it is. I don't know much about it other than I launched it. I heard it was very successful. I haven't checked it. Where is it today?
You made a lot of money serving up.
How much?
Several $billion, it seems like, in the last several days.
Several billion? That's peanuts for these guys.
So you talked about the letter from President Biden. Can you give us some sense, broadly speaking?
Yeah, he wrote me.
Yeah. Just to be clear, Trump announced this coin on his social media. It was on his social media that it was announced, on his Twitter and it's on his True Social. So, anyways, that was the one question. I don't know that I've heard him answer a question about the meme coin before. I don't think it's been asked to him. So it was interesting to see that. Anyways. All right, can we put the audio back on here, or is it going to be music? Let's see. Yeah, they're still playing music there. So now hey guys, I am seeing the police. Well, maybe they're just doing what they've been doing the whole time. They're huddling. So waiting until, are they going to release? We had heard that maybe around 15 prisoners were in there. So are they going to release them all at once, one by one? I don't know. All right, let's see here. By the way, I don't know when the RFK Jr. and Kash Patel confirmation hearings are. I would like to cover those when they happen. I don't have a date for those at this point. Let's see here. By the way, Ichiro Suzuki, CC Sabathia, and Billy Wagner were elected to Baseball Hall of Fame. That's according to Associated Press. I just saw that. I see people are posting about it. Ichiro came up one vote short of being unanimously elected. Yeah, the Baseball Writers Association of America, I think, posted about it. BB, Baseball Writers Association of America. All right, we're looking at some officers here. We're waiting to see what happens with the January 6th prisoners. I see some officers getting on bikes. We saw Lauren Boebert appeared, but previously at this prison. Maybe I'll re-show you that and show you what she had to say. Maybe I'll do that. If I can pull that up here. Congresswoman Lauren Boebert was there. We saw her speak. If I can find where it happened, I will replay it for you guys. Just need to pull it up here. I found it. All right, this was earlier. This is Congresswoman Lauren Boebert from Colorado, who is a Republican. She made an appearance a couple hours ago, I think it was, at this prison. Hold on a second. Let me just see what's going on here. Are they doing something? The officers, some of them are getting on bikes. Yeah, I can't have the volume on right this second because they're playing music, copyrighted music there. Yeah, I can't play the copyrighted music. She spoke for like a minute or a couple minutes. So this was earlier. Let me just show you what Lauren Boebert had to say when she was there earlier. I'm replaying that right now on the bottom there. Something. Is Lauren Boebert going to say something? I think she's making an appearance there. Hold on.
All of them and released. We've already had to deal with paperwork issues with Coloradans. Last night we were able to expedite that and get them free, but now we're waiting on 22 hostages here in this jail, and according to the United States Marshal, he's dealing with them one by one and getting all the paperwork. So, I would love for President Trump, for Attorney General Pam Bondi, to step in and help us out here with the U.S. Marshals and make sure that doesn't become a paperwork issue. These men have already paid too much time, more time than they ever should have. They should have never been locked up. I was on a news interview and someone was asking Trennis, one of our January 6th hostages that's on federal probation until President Trump signed the pardon, and she asked him if he regretted January 6th, and I stepped in and said, you know what I regret? I regret what the media did to lie about the events of that day. I regret that the American people weren't allowed to know how many federal agents were present in the crowd. I regret that the tens of thousands of hours of footage that was recorded at the Capitol was not released immediately to the American public. I regret the livelihoods that were lost, the time that has been spent locked up unjustly, the amount of time in court and on probation and defending defending oneself against something that they shouldn't have been had to defend. I also regret that the American people weren't allowed to see the police officers that were opening gates, opening doors, escorting people into the Capitol. That's right. This day was not what the left said, but November 5th showed that the American people believe us. They believe you. They believe that this is unjust because they knew that President Trump was going to pardon them. And that's exactly what he did. That's the mandate that he received overwhelmingly from America. And that is why President Trump is back. And if there's another regret, I'm sure it's only on the Democrats who are regretting that they didn't just shut up. Because now they're finding out. They messed around, if you will, for 4 years, and now they're finding out. I want to thank you. I have not. I'm welcomed. I'm open to talking to Pam, but I think there's higher ups that she needs to talk to other than me. I want to thank you all for being out here with them. We have a few things to do at the Capitol. We have some votes to do tonight, and I'm hoping that these guys are out before I'm able to return. And if they're not, I'm coming back. I want to see them for their release. And I'll be the first member of Congress to offer them a guided tour in the Capitol tonight.
Okay, that was Lauren Boebert. That was probably a couple hours ago. And again, we came on the air to cover Trump's infrastructure announcement. We covered that, and we saw Trump answer questions for about 40 minutes. But now we're on the air covering this. Maybe just temporarily I should change the title of the broadcast so people know that we're covering this right now. Maybe I'll do that. I'll change the headline. Maybe just temporarily I'll change the title of the broadcast. Okay. So we'll put that up there. And we don't need the title on here to say this. She said 22 prisoners. Someone else there, I think, said 15 there. So it sounds like there's somewhere in that range of people there who they're expecting to be released. Okay, so we'll put that up there. And then let me change the title where I can, at least on YouTube. I'll change it. Okay, I'm almost done. Thanks for your patience. Let me see if I can. No, I can't play the. When they stop playing the music, I will turn the sound back on. But they're just. If I turn the sound on, it's just loud, copyrighted music. The one other thing I want to do here is maybe I'll do this real quick. We're going to take some more comments from you guys. Okay, just getting this settled too. Get the thumbnail adjusted. Teensy says those poor officers have to be freezing. Okay, I'm just about adjusted here. I was just updating the thumbnail and the description so people knew that we were actually covering this, because otherwise they would not know. And that's what we're covering right at the moment. That's not it. Oopsie. Okay. Now we're back. Thank you, Crypto King, for your support. Maybe I'll post on our social media real quick to let people know that we're covering it as well. Give me one more sec here. Our stream covering the Trump infrastructure announcement is now covering the expected release of January 6 prisoners with a live shot from the DC detention facility where prisoners are expected to be released. Okay, so there. Link below. There we go. Okay. Hey, thanks, Dewey, for your support. Okay, sorry. I just needed to. I just wanted to update the description of the broadcast, at least on YouTube, so people knew we were covering this and they weren't confused. Let me read some comments from you guys. So we're focusing on that right now. We can still talk about the other Trump stuff from earlier, but waiting for this to happen. Can you show the Gulf real quick? First time in 60 years it snowed this much. You know, I posted some photos on my X account. Maybe I can pull up something here about that. I mean, it's a bit off topic. We're not really covering that here. But yes, it has been snowing in the southern U.S. AP says, rare snow. A frigid storm drops rare snow on Houston and New Orleans as Florida readies plows in the panhandle. So for a quick example, to show you quickly, there's AP, there's a photo from New Orleans, there's a photo from Houston, there's a photo from, where is this? Mississippi, Harrison County. There's a photo from Mississippi. There's a photo from New Orleans, and so forth. Rice University in Texas, I believe that is. Houston. Anyways, you get the idea. And that is from Houston. Yeah, hello says around the Gulf of America. Popeye says 8 inches here in Lafayette, Louisiana. Is it that much there? Wow. See if I have any updates for you on the January 6th prisoner release that we're waiting for. Martin Gingrich says, will people start saying Gulf of America? Thank you, NJ Prepper, by the way, for your support, and Crypto King. And Jay Stoke. Thank you, Jay Stoke. Jay Stoke thinks, so Trump and Biden are actually the same. It's not actually a big deal. I don't know if Jay Stoke is talking about something in particular, like the pardons, or just more generally. How is the sound on this? Let's see. Nope, they're still playing music there. Still playing music. Thanks, Rocket Tiger, for your comments. Trump yesterday said, we hope they come out tonight. when he was signing the executive order pardoning or commuting the sentence of every person who'd been convicted. So for January 6th offense. So Trump last night said, we hope they come out tonight, frankly. But that has not happened for most of them. The Washington Post said in a story that outside the DC jail, I think it might have been this one, as word of pardons broke, the January 6 defendants and their families jumped in excitement. Defendants locked inside called into the celebration, thanking supporters waiting in the cold. Wow. So people were shouting from inside. The Washington Post said, to all the haters, said Greg Purdy of New York, who faced a U.S. request for a 5-year prison sentence next week after a jury found him guilty on 6 felony counts, including 2 for assaulting police. Greg Purdy said, to all the haters out there, President Trump kept his word. Brandon Fellows, who had served 3 years, and I guess maybe had gotten out, or was he released? It's not clear if he had already gotten out or he was released last night, but Brandon Fellows said he had served 3 years for entering the Capitol through a broken window, smoking marijuana in a senator's office, heckling officers, calling the mother of his probation officer, and being found in criminal contempt of court by a Trump-appointed judge, who said he lied on the stand at trial. Brandon Fellows said, they can't do anything now. This is true freedom. The Post said 1,270 people were convicted in the Capitol riot investigation. 1,580 have been charged. More than 700 of the 1,100 sentenced received no prison time or completed their sentence. And about 400 people were incarcerated when Trump signed that executive order last night. About 400 people were incarcerated. About 15 people are held at the DC jail, which is what we're looking at right now, according to the Washington Post. Some are pending trial or sentencing. Others are waiting to be sent to prison after being sentenced. Well, they were. All of this has gone away now. And some were returned for resentencing or probation violations. And then last night, the Post said dozens of supporters waited late into the night in freezing temperatures, expecting them to walk free any minute. But I think 2 of them might have been released last night, possibly, but the rest of them, I believe, are still there. Give me one moment here. And just to clarify what's going on, we originally came on the air to cover Trump's infrastructure announcement, which we covered, we showed you Trump's announcement. We showed you he answered about a half an hour or 40 minutes of questions, I think. We showed you that, but we have this live footage of the jail in D.C. where we're expecting to see January 6 prisoners released after Trump's executive order last night. Fred Flintstone thinks this is politics now. There's no reason this should take so long. Gotta check my messages too. Gretchen Nelson says, thanks for being live with the detention center. This is a very big story. The Prepared Ranch said the medical talk in that announcement by Trump from Larry Ellison and Sam Altman has so many potential ramifications, both amazing and awful, I don't even know where to even begin. I mean, Larry basically announced an upcoming cancer vaccine. He did, Larry Ellison, who spoke at the Trump announcement, did sound optimistic about AI helping to develop cancer vaccines. Oh, Autism Mommy mentioned. Oh, I don't know. I don't think we saw him. Yeah, Autism Mommy sent a report from Andrew Layden, who had posted that Congressman Eli Crane said he had been on the phone today trying to get the January 6 prisoners in this jail released. Congressman Eli Crane. Thank you, Autism Mommy, for sending that in. Rebecca believes Trump is working on the January 6 prisoner release issue. Hang on a moment here. One of our viewers mentioned a fire in San Diego, but I think near Fashion Valley Mall, but that fire has been, the evacuation warnings have been lifted for that fire, and forward progression of that fire was stopped at 3 acres, according to Watch Duty. Our viewer wrote in about it, PJ Bachman. That was, I think, a couple hours ago. But according to Watch Duty said about 2 hours ago, no further evacuations at this time. And evacuation orders have been listed and the forward progress has been stopped. Saber Starwind says it's been out for about 2 hours now. Out or stopped or something. Any chance that we can play, that they've stopped playing the music there? I wish I could play. I want to turn on the sound, but we had the sound on before, but somebody's playing loud copyrighted music. So if I turn the sound on, all you're basically going to hear is loud copyrighted music, and I can't play the copyrighted music. So if they turn off the music, I'll put the sound on. Hang on a moment here. Just got to check something. I think we're at almost about, what was it? What time last night were the executive orders signed? I mean, we're probably getting close to 24 hours since the executive order was signed, pardoning or commuting all of the January 6th people who had been convicted. One moment. One moment. Anonisan thinks they're being let out a side door. I haven't heard any reporting about that today. Molly thinks it was like 6:45 yesterday. Ruth thinks it was like 7:31. Joe Bishop says, I bet it's a ton of paperwork. Sky Zoe says they are kind of hostages now. Still playing music there. I'm seeing rumors that Ross Ulbricht, unconfirmed reports claiming that Ross Ulbricht was pardoned online. Bitcoin Magazine claims that President Trump has signed an executive order to free Ross Ulbricht. Again, Bitcoin Magazine is quoting an account Free Ross, and Bitcoin Magazine is claiming that Trump has signed an executive order to free Ross Ulbricht. I don't know if that's true, but some of our viewers were mentioning these reports online, and I just reposted it on my X account. But what I can tell you is that Bitcoin Magazine, which has 3.5 million followers, is reporting this. So Ross Ulbricht, by the way, hold on. Something happening. Ross Ulbricht. Let me give you the summary. Oh, did he post about it? Hold on. Oh, yes. Wait. Yes, Trump just announced it. Trump announced it on his Truth Social. But he said Ross Ulbricht. I think there's a typo. Right? Trump announced it on his Truth Social. Here, look, I'll show you. I just called the mother of Ross William Ulbricht to let her know that in honor of her and the libertarian movement, which supported me so strongly, it was my pleasure to have just signed a full and unconditional pardon of her son, Ross. The scum that worked to convict him were some of the same lunatics who were involved in the modern-day weaponization of government against me. He was given 2 life sentences plus 40 years. Ridiculous. Yes, so that has happened. Ross Ulbricht has been pardoned. We'll talk more about that in a second. Note, there is a typo in the name in the post. I'm not going to say that. People will yell at me either way. But it is Ulbricht. All right. Again, let me show you this again. I'm going to give you some more background on this. Oops, sorry. Why? Oh, we lost the footage from January. Hold on. It looks, first of all, we might have to end the stream in a second because Reuters just stopped the feed from the prison. Let me see if they're going to go back and have another feed. So, but right now, Donald Trump, I just called the mother of Ross William Ulbricht, it should say Ulbricht, to let her know that in honor of her and the libertarian movement, which supported me so strongly, it was my pleasure to have just signed a full and unconditional pardon of her son Ross. The scum that worked to convict him were some of the same lunatics who were involved in the modern day weaponization of the government against me. He was given 2 life sentences plus 40 years, ridiculous. Ross Ulbricht is an American serving life imprisonment for creating and operating the darknet market website Silk Road from 2011 until his arrest in 2013, says Wikipedia. The site operated as a hidden service on the Tor network and facilitated the sale of narcotics and other illegal products and services. Ulbricht ran the site under the pseudonym Dread Pirate Roberts after the fictional character from The Princess Bride. The FBI arrested him and took Silk Road offline in 2013. In 2015, he was convicted of engaging in a continuing criminal enterprise, distributing narcotics by means of the internet, conspiracy to distribute narcotics, conspiracy to commit money laundering, conspiracy to traffic fraudulent identity documents, and conspiracy to commit computer hacking. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Ulbricht's appeals were unsuccessful, including to the Supreme Court. He is incarcerated at the U.S. Penitentiary in Tucson. Trump spoke at the Libertarian Convention during the campaign and said that he was going to pardon Ross Ulbricht if elected. So again, Trump has pardoned Ross Ulbricht. And I do apologize because, and I have the long thing up above me. Hold on, let me just get rid of the thing above. I have the long graphic above me. I'm gonna just make that disappear right now. So, in terms of the video from the prison, we may have to wrap up the stream shortly because I don't have any more video from the prison. I think that stream ended. I don't know though. I think it's going to end, but I don't know. It's possible that they'll get more up there. So I'll check that in a second. But let's talk about Ross Ulbricht for a second. We'll talk about that for a second. I want to take some of your comments about this. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. This is a Department of Justice press release about Ross Ulbricht when he was sentenced. By the way, what I'm going to do right now is really quickly, well, I'm not going to. Again, if you're here for the prisoners, I don't have that footage right now, but we're for the moment, we're covering this because this just happened. So back in 2015, the Department of Justice announced the sentencing. Convicted of multiple counts for creating and operating the Silk Road website used by more than 100,000 users to buy and sell more than $200 million worth of illegal drugs and other unlawful goods and services. So Back in 2015, he was sentenced to life in prison in connection with his operation and ownership of Silk Road, a hidden website designed to enable its users to buy and sell illegal drugs and other unlawful goods and services anonymously and beyond the reach of law enforcement between 2011 and 2013. By the way, I'm taking out my headphones. This might pause for a second. The Manhattan U.S. Attorney, Preet Bharara, at the time, hang on a moment, we're going to pause for a second. The Manhattan U.S. Attorney said at the time, "Make no mistake, Ulbricht was a drug dealer and criminal profiteer who exploited people's addictions and contributed to the deaths of at least 6 young people." The U.S. Attorney at the time said, "Ulbricht went from hiding his cybercrime identity to becoming the face of cybercrime, and as today's sentence proves, no one is above the law." And again, I'm just reading you, this is the Department of Justice 2015 press release about Ross Ulbricht when he was sentenced. This is the Department of Justice's view. They say Ulbricht created Silk Road, and I believe, they obtained convictions for these, for the various crimes they charged him with. Ulbricht created Silk Road in 2011 and owned and operated the underground website until it was shut down in 2013 by law enforcement. Silk Road emerged as the most sophisticated and extensive criminal marketplace on the internet, serving as a sprawling black market bazaar where unlawful goods and services, including illegal drugs of virtually all varieties, were bought and sold regularly by the site's users. While in operation, Silk Road was used by thousands of drug dealers and other unlawful vendors to distribute hundreds of kilograms of illegal drugs and other unlawful goods and services to more than 100,000 buyers, and to launder hundreds of millions of dollars in deriving from these unlawful transactions. Okay. And they say that Ulbricht deliberately operated Silk Road as an online criminal marketplace intended to enable its users to buy and sell drugs and other illegal goods and services anonymously and outside the reach of law enforcement. They also said the vast majority of items on sale on Silk Road were illegal drugs, which were openly advertised as such on the site. Anyways, I will post a link to this press release that the U.S. Attorney's Office, the DOJ, put out in 2015 when Ulbricht was sentenced to life in prison. He has just been pardoned by President Trump, who announced it on his social media. He said, "I just called the mother of Ross William Ulbricht," that's a typo there, it should say Ulbricht, "to let her know." By the way, I might be pronouncing it wrong. I don't know if it's pronounced Albright, or I'm assuming it's Ulbricht, but I might have it wrong. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing his name, but it's CHT, so I'm saying Ulbricht. I just called the mother of Ross William Ulbricht to let her know that in honor of her and the libertarian movement which supported me so strongly, it was my pleasure to have just signed a full and unconditional pardon of her son. The scum that worked to convict him were some of the same lunatics who were involved in the modern-day weaponization of government against me. He was given 2 life sentences plus 40 years. Ridiculous. Fagan says I am saying it right. Again, the jail video has ended. So I no longer have any jail video. It ended right as this news came out. So after we cover this pardon, we'll probably wrap up this live stream. I do apologize, but we had transitioned to cover the January 6th prisoners being released, but we lost that footage, and I'm not gonna change the title of the broadcast again. We're gonna do a little coverage of this. Now let me just see if I have any other reporting on this right now. The Ross Ulbricht pardon, which just happened. Give me 1 second here. I want to check something real quick about this. Hang on a moment, folks. Hang on a moment. You know, Fox News had an article. Fox News had an article today that said Trump failed to deliver day one promise to grant clemency to Ross Ulbricht, founder of Silk Road. I'm looking at the Fox News website right now, and Fox News had an article saying President Trump did not pardon or commute the prison sentence of Ross Ulbricht, the founder of the anonymous marketplace website Silk Road, despite his promise on the campaign trail to free him on day one. Fox News says that Ulbricht was convicted because his website, Silk Road, was used to sell illegal drugs, even though he did not sell any of the illicit substances himself. No, I mean, that article was posted earlier in the day. I think it was posted at like 4 a.m. By the way, I asked ChatGPT, what is the argument that Ross Ulbricht should be pardoned? Because I'm not really familiar with the background here. ChatGPT said supporters of his say that he got excessive sentencing, that supporters of his argue that the trial was flawed and there was judicial misconduct. By the way, I don't have a lot of background in this case, so I'm just telling you a little summary here. Also, government allegations of government corruption and Silk Road as a libertarian experiment. ChatGPT says supporters view Silk Road as an experiment in voluntary exchange and personal liberty, aligning with libertarian ideals. Also, supporters of Ulbricht, according to ChatGPT, said he has shown remorse and poses no harm to society and deserves a second chance. The ChatGPT article also claims that critics of the pardon movement say that Silk Road facilitated illegal activity and that Ulbricht took steps that Ulbricht was profiting from these activities. Anyways, again, I don't claim to have expert knowledge of this case. But, Trump did say in his announcement, Trump did say part of the reason he gave for the pardon was that in honor of her and the libertarian movement which supported me so strongly. Let me really quickly. I got logged out of my Truth Social on this computer. Can I quickly log back into Truth Social? Let me just try to log back in here. I do have a login. It was logged out. That's why you're seeing the login screen. Let's see here. I think I can. Oh, I think I can. It was right there. I'm logged in now. Now I'm logged in. Let me take a couple comments from you guys. Again, I apologize. We were on the air first covering Trump's announcement about infrastructure. Then we started covering the January 6th prisoner release because I had a live broadcast of that. But the live video of the January 6th thing ended. So to not confuse people, I probably should just quickly change that back to what it originally said, the title. Because I don't want people coming here to watch the January 6th prisoner release coverage when I don't have the video anymore. So I'm going to just quickly make an adjustment there and change that back, if I can. Yeah, I can. Where is it here? I think. Yes. Okay, let me take some comments from you on this. I want to take some comments from you guys. Thanks for your patience while I fix things here. Give me one more second. One more second here. Hang on. I'm just fixing the thumbnail. I appreciate your patience. Thank you. Hold on. All right, I got it. I think I got it here. Okay. Need about 5 more seconds. Change. Let's see. Did it. Okay, good to go. All right, let me read some comments from you. What do you guys think about Trump pardoning Ross Ulbricht? Thank you for your patience. Let's see. I'm going to read some of your comments here. Brisbane Insider thinks it's a good and fair pardon. Silent Owl Scribe says the dark web is the same place where you can legitimately find a hitman. Silk Road was definitely a criminal marketplace. Deserved life in prison? No, but a stiff prison sentence indeed. So he was sentenced in 2015. So that would mean he had been in jail for about, what, 9.5 years? This press release is from May 2015, and it says he was sentenced to life in prison. So he served about between, I think, well, I don't know how long he might have been held in jail during his trial and stuff, but it's been about 10 years since he was sentenced. Do a poll? I'll do a poll, even though I personally don't know a lot about this story. I will do a poll. Do you agree with pardon of Ross Ulbricht? Yes or no? I will post it in the chat and see what you guys say. Oh, it got fixed. Oh, they fixed the typo. Do I have to repost my post? Did he delete the original post? Hang on a moment. Let me just see something. Oh no, because I posted a screen grab, but he fixed it. He fixed the spelling. Hold on a second here. What I need to do is post the poll. I need a second here to post the poll on Twitch. I'm posting the poll on Twitch right now. And then I'm going to post it on Facebook because we didn't do a poll today, so I'll do that. We'll do a poll. Is there a reason Trump waited till day 2 to do this? I don't know. Oopsie. Create poll. Here we go. Yes. No. I am posting it on Facebook now. They make it a giant pain to do, but I'm doing it anyway. It's active now on Facebook. Okay. Okay, I asked you guys, do you agree with this pardon or not? As I said, I am not an expert on this case. And over on YouTube, the current vote in our chat is 67% say yes, 33% say no. Over on Twitch, the current vote in the chat is, it's a bit closer on Twitch. 51% say yes. It's 50-50 on Twitch right now. And on Facebook, it is currently 67% no, 33% yes. Oopsie, I messed something up there. There you go. Okay, I just need to do something really quick. Hold on. Hang on a moment here. One moment. Let me just see if I have any other reporting on this. But he has pardoned him, guys. He has pardoned Ross Ulbricht. Molly Morgan says, I need to read more about Silk Road. SD says, highly recommend watching the movie about him called Dark Web. Nona Moisu says, does my vote really count? Yes, it does. Dexerto just posted about Ross Ulbricht. Thanks for the heads up. Ooh, thanks for the heads up in... hold on a second here. In the chat about this. Oh, I didn't even see this. There's some reporting that in New Orleans there's like 10 inches of snow. I don't know what the official announcement was. I see some different claims about how much snow was there. But we're not covering really that on this stream. But there was a lot. They're trying to figure it out. Is that true? I don't know. I checked NWS New Orleans. They hadn't posted about it. Let's see here. Thank you, by the way, to... Everything's getting all confused here. Thanks to Evil Bunny for the gift memberships, and also Scott Crystal. Scott says this pardon is absolutely reasonable. The charges and the investigation were really over the top, thought Scott. A broken clock is right twice a day. That's from our viewer, Scott Crystal. Thank you also, Reed, for your support. Reed says, Kingpin is an amazing book about the Ulbricht case. There were also deaths involved. Martin says, I think I found it interesting Biden didn't pardon him himself. Thank you, Martin Gingrich. Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly, who said, how many Portland protesters served months? Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly, for your support. All right, let me end the polls. So we had about half and half on Twitch and about 2/3 say yes on YouTube in terms of the question, do you agree with the pardon? Then on Facebook, it was 2 to 1. Smaller poll on Facebook, but 2 to 1 said no, it was not. I don't agree. On Ross Ulbricht on the Wikipedia page, it says, during his trial, it says, federal prosecutors alleged that Ulbricht had paid $730,000 for murder for hire deals, targeting at least 5 people, allegedly because they threatened to reveal the Silk Road enterprise. Prosecutors believe no contracted killing actually occurred. Ulbricht was not charged in his trial in New York federal court with murder for hire, but evidence was introduced at trial supporting the allegations. The district court found by a preponderance of the evidence that Ulbricht did order the murders. The evidence that Ulbricht had commissioned murders was considered by the judge in sentencing Ulbricht to life and was a factor in the Second Circuit's decision to uphold the sentence. Ulbricht was separately indicted in federal court in Maryland on a single murder for hire charge, alleging that he contracted to kill one of his employees, a former Silk Road moderator. Prosecutors moved to drop this indictment after his New York conviction and sentence became final. Ulbricht appealed his conviction and sentence, claiming that the prosecution legally withheld evidence of DEA's agents' malfeasance in the investigation of Silk Road, of which 2 agents were convicted. Ulbricht also argued his sentence was too harsh. He lost his appeal. I guess he had multiple appeal attempts. He was incarcerated, where? Starting in 2017, he was incarcerated in Colorado, USP Florence High. Oh no, then he was moved to USP Tucson. USP Tucson, according to Wikipedia. Deep Web is a 2015 documentary film chronicling events surrounding Silk Road, Bitcoin, and the politics of the dark web, including the Ulbricht trial. I'll have to check that out. One of our viewers recommended Deep Web. There's also a movie called Silk Road. Anyways, maybe I'll check out Deep Web. Also, I'm not going to pronounce this right. Cause célèbre. What is that, a popular cause? What does it say?
Cause célèbre.
Cause célèbre. Ulbricht's conviction became a cause célèbre in American libertarian circles. A celebrated cause or legal case, meaning something that the campaign to get him pardoned, I guess. They weren't, the libertarians were, the cause célèbre in the sense of people were unhappy with the conviction. So it talks about libertarian support of his case, of the view that he was treated unfairly. And you can see it says in May 2024, candidate Donald Trump said if he was reelected president, he would commute Ulbricht's sentence on his first day in office. And I think he said that at the Libertarian Convention. Wired magazine reporting from 2024 Bitcoin conference, although he may have said it we covered Trump at a crypto conference as well. I can't remember which one I think we covered both of those. Anyways, I think he said it at the Libertarian Convention. Anyways, I'm sorry if I'm wrong about that. Wired magazine reporting from a 2024 Bitcoin conference in Nashville said clemency for Ulbricht had become a single-issue voting concern among many crypto supporters. Patricia Gray says it was a search and seizure issue for libertarians. No, I don't know. I'm not familiar. maybe different libertarians had different views about what they thought was unfair about the situation. So I don't have the background to answer that. By the way, thanks Janet B for the gift membership, and I appreciate that. Thanks to all of our moderators who have been here. So we're going to talk a little more about this. How old is he? Good question. Some of you probably know. I'll have to look it up. 40 years old. He is 40 years old. So is he going to maybe he'll get released from jail tonight. Maybe he'll do a live stream tonight. I don't know. People saying 40 in the chat. Wikipedia says 40. So just like that, I mean, as soon as they release him, he's free. So, I mean, he's technically free now, but you know what I'm saying. So he might do a stream tonight. The V. Bill Gates thinks this is a great move by Trump. Mia says, I wonder what he will do next. Autism Mommy mentioned that NWS New Orleans said that they got 5 inches at their office. Thank you, Autism Mommy, for mentioning that. Hey, I want to just mention this. I've gotten, sometimes people in the chat, they will message me during the stream about a modding issue or a modding question they have. Obviously, I can't deal with that during the stream. And then after the stream, like, I can't read constantly all the chats and know what's going on. So all of the platforms the mods have a way to contact them. And they want to hear from you if you have a question or a concern, and they will talk to you about it. But you should go to the mods first. And if you write to me, the first what I'm going to write back to you, if I see your message, is please talk to the mods first about this. So all the mods, they'll do it now. They'll post the information in the chat where you can reach them. Please reach out to them first. Now, if you reach out to them and you're still not satisfied, you should message me after. But that is who you should reach out to. They're the ones who know what's being said in the chat and all the exact circumstances and why somebody was timed out and all that stuff. So please reach out to them first, because I've gotten several of those messages during the stream, and I can't really do much. I definitely can't do anything during the stream, but you are much more likely, the people in the best position to understand your concern are the moderators who are actually moderating the broadcast. So please message them first, and they will discuss it with you. Okay? And the mods do an awesome job. I know sometimes questions come up. That's fine. You can ask them. But shout out to our moderators. They are fantastic. We have right now over there on YouTube Ruth Krafasi, Cynthia Moon, Roberts May Queen, and all of our other YouTube mods, our Twitch mods like, sorry, I just need to get this on the screen here. Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Good luck, Duck. I got that fire. McBritches and Surly Dev, thank you so much for modding. Linda Belk and Larry mod for us on X and on Facebook. Hang on a moment here. We have, oops, I never got rid of the poll. K. Lowry Body. I'm just going to leave the poll up on Facebook. Margaret Riley and all of our other mods over there, thank you. By the way, Babalu wrote in earlier during Trump's press conference saying, I live in Northern California. I'd love to see that water valve that just needs to be turned on. Where is this mysterious valve? That is from Babalu. Missile Hatch thought Trump was trolling the mainstream media. Yeah, some people wrote to me earlier. Sorry, there's been a lot of comments during the stream and a lot going on. Look Nerd, our viewer, wrote in earlier and said he or she thinks Trump commuted the January 6th insurrectionists out of guilt for inciting them to do it. The problem for America will continue to be violence is okay depending on who it is directed toward. That's what our viewer, whose name they go by Look Nerd, wrote to me. Sorry, I should have read those earlier, but we've been kind of busy and I didn't see them, so that's my fault. Nicole asked about closed captions on the streams. I do whatever. They should be on the streams when they can. I don't disable anything. They're supposed to be available on YouTube. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. I can't tell you why. I have it turned on. They're generally on Facebook. But I have it turned on right now and I'm not seeing it. So several of the platforms have auto-generated captions. So there's nothing else I can do to get captions on the streams. I'm sorry about that, but sometimes they don't appear. But I'm not turning them off. So I apologize if sometimes they don't work. Sometimes they work on YouTube, sometimes they work on Facebook, sometimes they don't. They're supposed to be automated. Okay. Jennifer Griffin reports a CIA spokesperson tells Fox News that the CIA has complied with the executive order President Trump issued on Monday, revoking the security clearance of 50 former intelligence and high-ranking government officials who signed a letter in 2020 that called into question the authenticity of the information found in Hunter Biden's laptop. The CIA's Office of Security manages the security clearance process. The 50 officials claim they saw all the classic earmarks of a Russian information operation. That is for Jennifer Griffin of Fox. Also, I saw something else here I wanted to mention. As Bill Malugin pointed out from Fox News, the Coast Guard had a press release today where they said the Coast Guard announced immediate action on executive orders issued by the White House. The U.S. Coast Guard is the world's premier maritime law enforcement agency, vital to protecting America's maritime borders, territorial integrity, and sovereignty, said the Coast Guard's acting commandant. Per the President's executive orders, I have directed my operational commanders to immediately surge assets, cutters, aircraft, boats, and deployable specialized forces to increase Coast Guard presence and focus starting with the following key areas. The southeast U.S. border approaching Florida to deter and prevent a maritime that's water-based mass migration from Haiti and or Cuba. The maritime border around Alaska, Hawaii. Maritime is on the water. The maritime border around Alaska, Hawaii, the U.S. territories of Guam and the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, American Samoa, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, the maritime border between Bahamas and South Florida, the southwest maritime border between the U.S. and Mexico and Pacific, the maritime border between Texas and Mexico and the Gulf of America, and support to customs and border protection on maritime portions of the southwest U.S. border. I don't know if there were any mass migration movements that were imminent in any of those areas, but that's what the Coast Guard said. Oh, they said Gulf of America. Yes, they said Gulf of America. As our viewers pointed out, the Coast Guard used Gulf of America today. Good catch by our viewers. I'm going to post this. I need to do this thing. How do I put a little box around it? Let's see here. How do I do this with this program? Is there a way to put a box around it? Highlight. Oh, highlight. Let's see. How does this work? Oh, like that. How do I go back? Right, give me one moment. I want to post this. Good catch. Good catch on that, folks. You did a good job. Let's try this again. I did it. Okay, copy. The Coast Guard used the term Gulf of America in their press release today. Interesting. President Trump issued an executive order yesterday which purported to change the name to Gulf of America from Gulf of Mexico. Bitcoin Magazine. I don't know if Ross Ulbricht has left jail yet. Ross Ulbricht has been pardoned, but I don't know if he's actually out of jail. We've been covering all this different stuff today because all this different stuff has been happening. So I'm sorry for jumping around on the stream a lot, but it's kind of just, I'm just covering the new developments as they happen. All right. All kinds of things going on. Bitcoin Magazine posted a post by someone named the Bitcoin Historian, who said January 21st will be forever known as Ross Ulbricht Freedom Day, an official Bitcoin holiday. Has anything happened to the price of Bitcoin since Ross Ulbricht was pardoned? Any kind of huge movement? I'm not seeing it. I'm looking right now. No, I don't see any like giant movement of Bitcoin price in the last hour or so. Good Luck Duck says nothing has happened. Ryan Vegan Tech thinks it's wonderful news about Ross and God bless his mother. That's what Ryan said. No, I'm not changing the title again. Maybe the next time we might do another, next time we do a stream. Well, next if we might do a stream at some point where we just cover like a little bit of everything, and I'll put that in the title. But today we had a specific thing we came on the air to cover, which was the announcement of the infrastructure announcement, which I don't want to. I mean, that was hours ago. I'm going to wrap this stream up pretty soon. But if there's more big news, we can just jump on and cover it. Oh, I didn't even know this. Thanks to Autism Mommy. I didn't even know. I think some people in the chat mentioned this too. The Coast Guard was the head of the Coast Guard. Hold on. Dismissed. Yes. Yes. Dan Lamothe reported that she was dismissed. He's with the Washington Post. Linda Fagan. That was today. I didn't even know that happened. Here, look. Trump fires heads of TSA, Coast Guard, and Guts Aviation Safety Advisory Committee. So that's from AP. Where's the Coast Guard thing? The firing of the Coast Guard Commandant Admiral Linda Fagan eliminated the Armed Forces' first female service chief, who had served since 2022. The move was met with shock by some Democratic members of Congress. Last year, Fagan received bipartisan criticism for not being cooperative enough with congressional investigations into abuse. Looks like maybe sexual abuse. It says here, Senator Maria Cantwell credited Fagan with having a commitment to fixing a decades-long culture of sexual assault within the Coast Guard and the prestigious Service Academy in Connecticut. But Fagan received bipartisan criticism last year, says AP, for not being cooperative enough with congressional investigations into the abuse. Anyways, maybe this happened yesterday. I don't know when she was fired. I just found this out. The press release from the Coast Guard that I read you, that used Gulf of America, that was made by the acting commandant of the Coast Guard. Acting because I guess the previous one had been fired. Here, I actually have an updated article about Linda Fagan. Hold on a second, guys. Let me show you guys this. I think. I'm going to change the headline one more time. Trump administration ousts, hold on. Ousts Coast Guard's top officer. More developments in new Trump term. A new Trump presidency. Okay. The Trump administration has ousted the Coast Guard's top admiral in what could be the first of several changes to military leadership under the new commander-in-chief. Here is a picture from Michael Robinson Chavez of the Washington Post. That is Linda Fagan. She has been dismissed. Admiral Linda Fagan, who in 2022 became the first woman to lead a branch of the U.S. military, was relieved of her duties. According to a message from Trump's interim Homeland Security Secretary, the message did not provide a reason for the decision. The move, first reported by Fox News, was condemned by Trump's political opponents and some retired senior leaders of the Coast Guard. It could mark the first of several personnel changes affecting the most senior levels of the U.S. military. Trump has pledged to force out those he has called woke generals and admirals, and his nominee for Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, said before he was selected for the position, he would fire the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Charles Q. Brown Jr., and others who have supported diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. A spokesman for Fagan did not respond to requests for the admiral's response to her removal. DHS said in a written response that Fagan was terminated because of her leadership deficiencies, operational failures, and inability to advance the strategic objectives of the U.S. Coast Guard. The DHS statement blamed Fagan for what it said was an ineffective deployment of Coast Guard assets to support national border security, especially in interdicting fentanyl and other illicit substances, and it faulted her for the service's past recruiting strategies and difficulty acquiring ships, helicopters, and other equipment. It also cites her excessive focus on non-mission critical diversity efforts and an erosion of trust due to her handling of Operation Fouled Anchor, an investigation in which service officials scrutinized numerous allegations of sexual assault but did not disclose them publicly. The DHS statement about her is unusual for its breadth and specificity. Typically, when military leaders are fired, the precise reasons are left ambiguous in accordance with policies intended to shield the service or the individual from further scrutiny. At the same time, says the Washington Post, the statement about Fagan's removal omitted important context from several of its allegations. For example, while the Coast Guard struggled for years to attract new personnel, the service made its goals in 2024 after she bolstered the number of recruiters and recruiting stations spread throughout the country. Moreover, the Coast Guard, like all military services and other federal agencies, is dependent on Congress to appropriate funds for major acquisitions, including ships and aircraft. She was the first ever woman to lead a military service, by the way. Senator Richard Blumenthal, a Democrat, who had criticized Fagan for the service's handling of failed anchor, said she was nevertheless a dedicated public servant. Senator Blumenthal said, "I'm deeply concerned that this firing raises concerns about how President Trump intends to potentially impose political considerations on personnel issues in the military and potentially purging them based on political fealty or loyalty." So, anyways, that's a little background on this from the Washington Post. I didn't even know that happened. This article just came out a little while ago. Dr. McRib says, sounds like a dictatorship. Shattered Dream says, sounds great. Who's next? Zitera thinks Trump will fire everyone who something opposes him or oppose him. I couldn't make out the word. Kurt Tank thinks Fagan will get a big retirement. The Last Viking says, good. Crash Cummings says there will be big news every couple of hours all year. Yeah, I think at some point we might just do like another stream where we just title it like latest Trump presidency updates or something. I do want to post that she got fired. Can I find a... Axios posted about it. Okay. I'm going to read a couple more comments here. Our viewer Russell Trent says Trump is house cleaning. Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly, who says Coast Guard is under DHS. Yes. Wikipedia says it operates under the Department of Homeland Security. Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly. And the head of the Coast Guard is called the Commandant. That is who got dismissed by Trump. Thank you, Dr. Fatbird, by the way, for your support, and also Mocha Medoma and James89, our new member, and Mike Rivers. Mike says, do you think Trump will pardon any serial killers? Also, Warlord Gord, thanks for your support on Twitch, and Maberline, who's been following since 2019. Thanks, Maberline. I appreciate that. Also, a Massachusetts guy for the gift sub. Thank you. And I got behind on my thank yous on Twitch. NamaxWe1, thanks for your support on Twitch as well. And a Moment of Lovely in Captain Vancouver. Hang on a second here. All right, I think what I'm going to do is, guys, we've kind of drifted away from the original. The original stream came on the air to cover the Trump infrastructure announcement, which we did cover. He announced an investment of up to $500 billion in AI infrastructure. And he did a whole announcement about it. We covered it. He answered questions for like a half hour or so during that announcement, which we covered. And then we moved on to cover we had some live video from the January 6th, from the DC prison, where people are outside waiting for January 6th prisoners to be released. But then I didn't have that live video anymore, and I don't have it now. And we also covered Ross Ulbricht being pardoned by Trump, and we've talked about some other stuff, including, we just mentioned the Coast Guard, head of the Coast Guard being fired. But I need to eat something. And I think I'm going to wrap up this stream right now. We've kind of gone far from the original purpose of the stream. So I'm going to start wrapping up the stream. And again, if we keep having more stuff happen, if there's not like one big thing, I can do another stream at some point where we just cover, new developments. I mean, obviously, a lot of these things we could talk more about, but I really need to eat something. So I really appreciate you guys being here for this stream. If there's some huge news tonight, we'll come back on the air and cover it. And I'm sorry I didn't get to everybody's comment, but I appreciate people sending in comments, sending me news tips. A lot of people have given me very helpful news updates. I first heard about the Ulbricht thing in the chat. Then somebody messaged me, I think Autism Mommy, about the Coast Guard thing too. So I appreciate people sending in the news tips. So more news to come. More news to come, definitely. But subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda here. Agenda Free TV. We will cover Trump, but also other news as well. And I will post updates on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can follow me over there @Lookner on X. And also turn on the notifications. We have our own notification system. It works awesome. I don't know if when big breaking news is going to happen, so I can't give you a schedule in advance, but you can get informed of when we come on the air by following our free notifications system. It works awesome. It's easy to sign up. The mods will post a link to it. We do it through Discord. The mods will post a link to the notifications. Sign up for those so you get a message whenever we go live. And you can find the notification sign up link also in the description of this video on Facebook and YouTube as well. And thanks also to our moderators. You guys are awesome. A lot of different views in the chat. We have all kinds of views here, which I think is great. But we couldn't have our chats without the moderators. They're the reason we can even have chats. So huge thanks to our moderators over there on YouTube. People like Sabrina, Janet B., Ruth Krafasi, Roberts May Queen. All of the other moderators who've been there today on YouTube. Thank you so much. Linda Belk and Larry on X, big thanks. Over there on Twitch, all of our moderators who've been there, like Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, Mick Bridges, and Surly Dev. And our other moderators, thank you. Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley over there on Facebook. Paul Anderson, all of our other mods over there. Big thanks. And thanks to everybody who donated. It's so nice of you guys. Captain Jerry Donnelly made a donation. Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Very nice of you. And I think I thanked everybody, albeit some people, it took me a little while, which I apologize about. But I really appreciate your support. That is what allows this channel to exist is your support. So thank you. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv. Agendafree.tv. And hey, we have a chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not live. Our Discord chat. A lot of our viewers like doing that. Check it out. It's free. Same link as the notifications. So check out the Discord chat. And thanks to our Discord mods for all you do as well. And also follow Agenda Free TV on X for updates about when we're going live, updates about the channel. At Agenda Free TV on X. I always post there before we're going live. Also, if you watch on YouTube, I would suggest that you turn the notifications on over there because that can be very helpful in figuring out when we're live or when we've been live. So to turn on the YouTube notifications, if you subscribe on YouTube, you just want to click this bell, the notifications bell, and choose all notifications. That's what you do. So make sure you have the bell checked and all checked on YouTube if you subscribe there. Okay, let's see. So much news just from the Trump administration, and we're just getting started. Crazy. I'm sure there'll be all kinds of other news too. Yeah, Wall Street says lots of ground covered the last 2 days. Pezzi says infrastructure week. Hey, I want to thank our subscribers over there on Twitch for subscribing and supporting the channel, like Army Vet, Device X, Wall Street, Integrity Farmer Bob, Justizen, McBritches, Pro Clicker, Gonzalez, Mr. Bigley, Uncredible, Cole K. Meister, Rocky Coast, AMT Pirate, all of our Twitch subscribers. I think I missed a couple who are there in the chat right now. I Rule All, thank you, and all of our other ones too. Thank you. Our Facebook subscribers too, thanks so much. Robert Real II, Eve Richards, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Diane Allworth. Thank you. Facebook subscribers, Melissa Ayako Bachi, and our YouTube members. Oh, thank you to Mark G. Hey, thanks, Mark. I appreciate that. Thanks for your support. And thanks to all of our YouTube members like Jimmy ZNJ, Eric Johnson, UV Lightning, Tanya G, JK Cinar, Jen's Crunchy Vex, Lucky Minute, Jimmy ZNJ, Joe Hart, Captain Jerry Donnelly, Crypto King, Barry, Jesse's Girl, Eric Johnson, Dr. McRib, Freddie, Berladome, Crispy, Jesse's Girl, Evelyn in Maine. I might be repeating some of these. I'm sorry if I do. Tanya G, John Flick, Rewatch Crew, Linda Forsyth, Chris N, Jay Nosewitch, Ronan, Jay Wright, Patrol, CAC A13, Me the Bat, Songbird, Macro Geek, Georgina Stoliker, PJ Fan, Sherry S., Pat W., all of our other YouTube members. Thank you, YouTube members. Turned Off, Babs, Crispy, Naomi Nocturnal, Crypto King, thank you. And all of our other viewers like Chemo, Alibaba, Bluebird Softball Cookie, Terry Rose, Lavelle, Dennis McNeely, Bud Green was moderating. Thank you, Bud. I appreciate that. Thank you. Billy Joe Drage was there. Hey, Billy Joe. She was watching on Facebook. Thank you. Ann Spencer, thanks for watching. Peachy Keen. All of our other viewers. All right. Hey, thanks, Douthis, for subscribing as well on Twitch. Tealy Now AM, thanks for watching on Twitch as well. All right, guys. So I am wrapping this up. Who knows what big news will happen next? If there's big news tonight, we will cover it. And I will keep checking the news when I'm off the air. Who knows what we'll be covering next? I'm just doing a quick check here tonight. All right. That is it. Thank you, everybody, again for watching. Oh, thanks, James99, for your support. Really appreciate that, James99. Thank you so much for watching our stream. If you missed the infrastructure news and the Trump impromptu press conference during the infrastructure announcement. Go rewind it and watch. It was interesting. He had Larry Ellison there, and the CEO of SoftBank was there, and Sam Altman of OpenAI was there during the announcement. And then he did like a press conference thing. So go back and check that out if you haven't watched it. All right, that is it for now. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news updates right here at Agenda Free TV.